Right. Good afternoon. I'm going to call to order this meeting of the San Jose City Council for the afternoon of December 12th.
Let me check in.
Tony, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Jimenez.
Present.
Torres. Present. Cohen. Here. Ortiz.
Present.
Davis. Here. Dwan.
Present.
Candelas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Batra.
Present.
Kamei. Here. Mahan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. We are on to today's invocation, and I'm really honored to be able to invite Rabbi Dana Magat and Imam Tahir Anwar here to give a joint invocation. As we've all witnessed some of the horrific violence coming out of the Middle East, I know that we have struggled to grapple with the gravity of the situation and know what we can do. And in many ways, what we can do is limited, but I know that here in San Jose, what is within our power is to come together as a community and model for the world what it looks like to live in an open, free, democratic society that welcomes diversity, that creates inclusion and belonging and opportunity for everyone, and in which we can respectfully and peacefully disagree and resolve those disagreements through our democratic process. And I've been reflecting a lot about the unique role that cities like San Jose can play in modeling that for our entire world. And I thought there would be maybe no better symbolism or representation of that than to invite two of our most respected community leaders from two great faiths, two great world religions, to come together to offer an invocation for peace. So I want to thank Rabbi Dana Magat, who is the senior rabbi of Temple Emmanuel and is actively involved in interfaith relations. He's currently the chair of the Interfaith Council on Economics and Justice for Santa Clara County. And I want to thank Imam Tahir Anwar of the South Bay Islamic Association. Imam Anwar has served on the Human Rights Commission for the City of San Jose and on the Human Relations Commission for the County of Santa Clara. And if you know either or both of them, they do tremendous work to bring people together, build community, and lift up some of our most vulnerable residents. I'm proud to call them both a friend and want to invite them up to give today's invocation. And gentlemen, I'm so sorry, but if you would face the audience and the television camera, that would probably be preferable. Thank you.
There we go. Sorry to give you back talk.
No, all good.
Mayor, City Council members, it is an honor to be here. A special thank you to Mayor Matt Mahan for inviting us. This week, Jews throughout the world are celebrating Chanukah, a holy day of rededication and light. As the 19th and 20th century Kabbalist Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook wrote, "Everyone must know that within them burns a candle, and that no one's candle is identical with the candle of another, and that there is no human being without a candle. One is obligated to work hard to reveal the light of one's candle in the public realm for the benefit of the many. One needs to ignite one's candle and make of it a great torch to enlighten the whole world."
In the Islamic tradition, we are taught a perfect person is one from whose tongue and hands mankind is safe, and to love for another what you love for yourself. As Muslims, we frequently pray, "O God, guard me from in front of me and behind me, on my right and on my left, and from above and beneath me."
There is no doubt that we are both feeling, as well as our people, the pain of what is happening in the Middle East. Our hearts go out to the victims, and we pray for the safe release of the captives. The Jewish and Islamic faiths are sibling religions, and we have more in common than what divides us.
May our city and its leadership be a reflection of the beautiful tapestry that is our fellow citizens. This is the time for us to rededicate our commitment to our city and its people. May we be a light to all those in our beloved city. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you both very much. And happy Hanukkah to all who are celebrating. We are on to our ceremonial items, and we'll start with Councilmember Ortiz, who can come join me at the podium, where we will recognize and proclaim Sofia Mendoza Day.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, joined by Sofia Mendoza's family and Councilmember Torres. Although Sofia Mendoza is famed for advocating for East San Jose, she also lived in what is now known as District 3. On December 22nd, we acknowledge the 88th birthday of the late activist Sofia Mendoza, a champion of the Chicano movement of San Jose during the 1960s. The daughter of a labor organizer, Sofia learned from an early age the value of fighting for the roots of the least fortunate, and that if you want something, you must work together to win it. She began applying that lesson in high school, organizing her fellow students at Campbell Grammar School to successfully push for the creation of a Spanish club. As a parent in the early 1960s, she began talking to fellow Mexican-American parents about the discrimination their children faced in school. During this time, Mexican-American students were being expelled for minor violations, physically abused by teachers, and denied textbooks because they were told they wouldn't take care of them. The school was even sending children to juvenile homes without ever talking to their parents. In response, Sofia organized. Through one-on-one conversations with other parents in their homes, Sofia started hosting meetings of concerned parents to rival the existing PTA, who was silent on many of these issues. PTA meetings usually had attendees of around a dozen. Sofia's meetings would draw in hundreds. The group was formalized as United People Arriba, which eventually led a school walkout at Roosevelt Junior High in 1968. That led to a suite of reforms of how students were treated and the firing of several notorious bigoted faculty members, including even the principal. United People Arriba, also known as UPA, became a major force in San Jose politics. Beyond education, they advocated on issues including healthcare, housing, police brutality, and immigration. They formed the Community Alert Patrol to monitor the activities of police in East San Jose, who at the time were notoriously violent against East San Jose and Latino residents. Their activism led to the former mayor, Norman Netta's suite of police reforms in 1972. It is difficult to give all of Sofia's accomplishments the time they deserve, but here's a snapshot. She organized a contingent of San Jose Chicanos to travel to Washington, D.C. for the Poor People's March, organized by Dr. Martin Luther King. She was instrumental in pushing the city to open the East Valley Medical Center, still around today. And she was a principal organizer in San Jose's largest protest against the war in Vietnam, facing down what she called the worst crackdown from police she ever witnessed. Sofia became a renowned peace activist, visiting countries affected by U.S. war efforts like Vietnam, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and serving as a delegate to the World Peace Congress. There is so much we can learn from Sofia's life. In her own words, she said, "Mexicanos have a long history of organizing around a lot of issues. But our history has not been fully written. We don't get credit for what we have done. While the UPA may no longer be operational, Sofia was part of the same fight that so many of our residents are still continuing. I'm thrilled that we get to honor her legacy by proclaiming December 22nd as Sofia Mendoza Day. Yes, thank you. And today, we're joined by her family, including daughter, Linda Mendoza Ramirez, son-in-law, Orlando Ramirez, granddaughter, Raquel Vera Mendoza, and great-granddaughter, Marley Joanna Flores. I would like to invite Raquel Vera Mendoza to say some words on behalf of the family.
Thank you, Peter Ortiz, for having us here today. We're honored to have my grandmother, Sofia Mendoza, memorialized this way. Sofia was a pillar to the San Jose community, from mobilizing farm workers to ensuring families had proper health care, to encouraging students to pursue higher education, and of course, showing up to City Hall to bring these issues to light. She faced problems in a multidimensional way, where no problem was mutually exclusive. They were all interconnected. She was a refuge for people in San Jose. Growing up, I saw important figures come through my grandmother's house like a revolving door. I always thought, man, my grandmother's like a VIP or something. Something I always remember about her was the time that she took to speak with people, to really dig deep into the root of someone's story and connect with them, to help them face whatever challenges they had, whether it was at a local political level or even at home. She knew how to uplift and unite people. And with that, I encourage city council members and members of the San Jose community, in a time that we're so connected by social media and phones, to still return to the roots, or should I say the grassroots of interconnection in our community, to honor the ways of people in the past who fought for a better future, to the ordinary person that is willing to organize against adversity, to face problems from the root and hold the same tenacity towards making San Jose a better place for people to thrive, just as my grandmother, Sofia Mendoza, did. Thank you.
Now, if the mayor can please present the proclamation. Thank you so much. We'll take a picture with us, but if colleagues would like to join for another picture, please make your way down.
All right, Councilmember Candelas is already here, and we are now going to recognize the Association of Indo-Americans.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you all for being here. I'm happy to be presenting a commendation to the Association of Indo-Americans, or AIA, for their consistent hard work and dedication to the Indian American community right here in San Jose. AIA was founded in 2018 and has been consistently hosting a variety of events like India's Republic Day, Holi, India's Independence Day, and the vibrant Dussehra and Diwali celebrations right here in our wonderful city. I would like to thank Ramesh Kanda for being a strong pillar of AIA and for all your hard work in bringing us together and keeping Indian traditions alive right here in our wonderful city. I had the pleasure of attending their Holi event at Discovery Meadow Park, where thousands of people were celebrating with bright colors and fun music. I could feel this incredible energy in the park that day, and I encourage everybody to come out in March. AIA has done a phenomenal job in bringing together 40+ different organizations to ensure that all regions of India are represented. The Indian American community brings rich heritage and culture to our city, making us stand tall and proud for being residents of San Jose. San Jose is home to many residents who are of Indian origin, and I am proud to say that District 8 is home to most of them. With that, Ramesh, I invite you to share a few words with the audience on behalf of the AIA.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Honorable Council Member Kandalas and Honorable Mayor Matt Mahan and all the council members here. On behalf of Association of Indo-Americans, it's an honor standing in front of you and sharing this wonderful gathering. As Council Member Kandalas mentioned, many of the city council members, including mayor, attended several of our events, and they've seen the diversity and the culture we bring. We are local here, we are citizens of US, and we are mainstream, but we come from India in origin, so we bring our traditions and culture here. It's a diversity. So, and with the council support, we celebrated many events, as Council Member Kandalas mentioned. Holi is one of them, right here in the downtown. Very colorful event, and next one is coming up this year, March 23rd, same location. I take this opportunity to invite all of you to join us. AIA, just to take 30 seconds, is a conglomeration of 48+ different organizations. All of these organizations are non-profit, non-political. We are all here to promote our culture and diversity and unity. I'll take 30 seconds to read out the names because we are just representing front-facing, but behind this, like a car, you have several parts to move the car. So we are only part of it here, so there are several organizations. I'll just read out quickly, if you don't mind, all the organizations involved. Agastya USA, American Organization for Development of Bihar, Asha Jyoti, Association of Rajasthan in America, Bay Area Desi Gardening Enthusiastic, Bay Area Himachal Group, Bay Area Telugu Association, Bay Area Tamil Mandram, Bay Malayali, Bihar Foundation, Bihar Association, Brahma Kumaris, Dance Karishma Foundation of Malayali Association, Gujarati Cultural Association, Gopio, India Literacy Project, Indo-American Society of Bay Area, Indo-American Community Federation, Jagannath Culture Association, Jai Haryana, Kashmiri Overseas Association, Kannada Kuta, Kashmir Task Force, Manka, Nach, Nair Society, Odisha Society, Patsala, Punjabi Cultural Association, Pratama, North California Bengali Association, Rotary International, San Ramon Cricket Association, Shankarai Foundation, Seva International, Spandana Organization, Telugu Association of North America, Telangana Culture Association, Telangana Development Forum, Tri-Valley Kannada Sangha, Unified Fiji Association, Uttar Pradesh Mandal, Veda Temple, VPA, VT Seva, East Bay Karaoke, Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, Bay Area Vaishnav Parivar. Thank you. Thank you to all these organizations. It's not just honoring AIA, you are honoring all of us, all these organizations. They are in the Bay Area, every city, and as Honorable Council Member Kandal has mentioned, obviously there is a large population in his constitution, along with District 10, Batra's Council Member Batra District, also a lot of people there. And obviously, I'm not naming, but everywhere in the Bay Area. Thank you so much for taking your time and supporting all of us. And this is, I would like to especially congratulate all the council team here. They do a lot of wonderful job. Please give them a big round of applause to the council here. Thank you.
Dr. Khan, is there any more organizations? No, Mayor, I invite you to please present the commendation to the AIA.
Here, why don't we come over here and get a proper photo? We'll move this out of the way. No, please. You all in the center. We'll take the book. There we go. Thank you. I'll keep coming. I appreciate it. Thank you. I can attest to how fun the holy celebration is. I'm still trying to get the colorful powder out of my hair. It's a good time. Hope everybody can come join us next year. Okay, we are on to our third ceremonial item. Councilmember Batra, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize the Hoffman Viamonte Neighborhood Association.
I think you got it adjusted this time. I'm honored today to present a commendation to the Hoffman Viamonte Neighborhood Association in honor of their unwavering dedication, impactful endeavors, and extraordinary commitment to neighborhood improvement. In partnership with the Project Hope, the association has been at the forefront of transformative efforts, organizing monthly litter pickups, dumpster days, and engaging neighborhood events, including monthly association meetings, national night out, and food drives. For 6 years, Project Hope worked to engage residents. It was only in 2021, when the neighborhood association was formed, that the neighborhood became more organized and more active. But it takes a long effort to get those things happening. The association has persistently advocated for residents to actively participate in the shared goal of neighborhood improvements. Furthermore, the neighborhood association has demonstrated a commitment to fostering stronger community bonds by enhancing communication channels. They have successfully bridged connections between neighbors, schools, city services, and local churches, exemplified by an increased utilization of our 311 app. The association's proactive engagement with our PRNS group to replace the play structure at Chris Hart's Park further underscores their dedication to enhancing communal spaces. Neighborhoods with established associations tend to be safer, cleaner, and more organized, contributing to the overall well-being of the community, and I'm proud to present this commendation to them today to recognize their success. On behalf of the organization, accepting the commendation today is the board member at large, Maria Lucero, and she's brought her young daughter with her as well, okay? So we'd like you to say a few words. she's going to speak in Spanish, right? Okay, so we're going to have the Spanish version here, and Jose Salcido, who's at our district office, permanently resident of that neighborhood to help the neighborhood become more organized. He's going to do the translation.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Flores. Soy parte de la asociación de Vía Monte y Hoffman.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Lucero on behalf of the Hoffman Viamonte Neighborhood Association.
Primero quiero agradecer al concejal por todo el apoyo que nos ha dado y por todos los recursos que ha traído a la comunidad. Muchas gracias por todo. También quiero agradecer a Project Hub por toda su ayuda. Gracias por todo lo que nos ha ayudado a crecer como asociación y como comunidad.
She wants to impart her thanks on behalf of the association to Councilmember Batra. Also acknowledge Project Hope. All the resources they have brought into the neighborhood have been very helpful to all of us.
Muchas gracias por todo el apoyo que nos han dado. Nos han ayudado mucho a crecer como comunidad y están haciendo como un gran ejemplo para nosotros como padres, darles también el ejemplo a nuestros hijos para seguir adelante con todo esto.
Thank you to all for all the support you have given us in the neighborhood. You have created an environment where we as parents give great examples to our children on how to make our neighborhood safe and clean.
Thank you very much.
Okay, gracias, Maria. Thank you. Gracias. Here's the mayor.
All right, I'm told we have a surprise visitor. Normally we cap these at 3 ceremonial items. Who's that? Who's here? Oh my goodness. Hey, Santa. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for hosting me this afternoon.
Thanks for coming. Are you ready? The elves working hard? We're gonna be on time this year? We're good to go? Okay.
You can't be late.
No.
The
It's
date
a
is
hard
set.
deadline.
The date is fixed.
Yeah, that's
You're
right.
late, yeah.
All right.
It's
Well,
tough.
thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule to come visit us.
Thank you very much.
Might be a few kids here especially excited to see you.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Santa.
However, Mayor, I have a few talking points. Yes, sir. It says 2 minutes here.
Yeah, technically you get 2.
Okay, all right. But I just wanted to stop by quickly and wish everyone on the city council, the mayor, and the citizens of San Jose a very blessed and happy holiday season. Mrs. Claus and I and all of the elves have been thoroughly investigating who's been naughty or nice, okay? And even investigating possible violations of the Brown Act. Okay, but so far, according to my list, everyone's been nice. And in this holiday season, I want to wish each and every one of you blessings and kindness to each other. Our lives are much better with each other when we're together in kindness and united in our goals of humanity. My time is up, and the reindeer and my sleigh are perched on top of the rotunda, and I got to get out of here without interfering with arriving flights into San Jose. But in all sincerity, I wish each and every one of you and all of you a very blessed and Merry Christmas and holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa. Awesome. That was a nice surprise. All right, we're on to orders of the day. And I think we'll start with the adjournment before we entertain any motions here. Today's meeting will be adjourned in honor and memory of Miss Lukha Tile, a dedicated community activist who selflessly contributed to our community, particularly the Vietnamese community. And Councilmember Dewan will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to honor and pay tribute to a dear friend of mine and a remarkable individual, Mrs. Leti Lukha, who recently passed, has left a void that will be felt profoundly in our community. Mrs. Lukha, born in 1948 in the enchanting city of Hue, central Vietnam, embarked on a journey that encompassed the realm of journalism, tourism, community activism. In the dynamic atmosphere of Saigon during 1960, she discovered her passion for journalism at the esteemed Asahi Shimbun office, a prestigious Japanese newspaper. Her early experience set the stage for a career that would be nothing short of extraordinary. In the aftermath of Vietnam War in 1975, Mrs. Ha devoted herself to the reconstruction of post-war Saigon. Her commitment to this cause was evidenced as she played a pivotal role in developing the tourism industry, collaborating with Saigon Tourist Company to establish the foundation for the burgeoning travel sector in the Ho Chi Minh City. For 25 years, from 1977 to 2003, Mrs. Ha tirelessly contributed to the growth and the establishment of the city tourism infrastructure. In 2003, Mrs. Ha embarked on a new chapter in the United States, transitioning seamlessly into the role of community advocate. She utilized her skill to forge connection and empower the Vietnamese community. Beyond her professional achievement, Ms. Ha became a crucial figure in expanding the influence of the Vietnamese community, tirelessly working to bridge the cultural gaps and amplify the voice of her compatriots. Today, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to her family who are here, especially to her only son, Phak Duong. May I add that your mother's journey served as a testament to a life dedicated not only to professional excellence, but also to the betterment of the communities, making her, as a social activist, with a profound impact on both sides of the Pacific. Let us remember Mrs. Leti Lukha for the legacy she left behind, a legacy of dedication, resiliency, and a tireless commitment to building bridges within and between our communities. May her memory continue to inspire us to strive for excellence and to work towards the betterment of our city and its people. At this point, I would like to invite her son, Phak Duong, come on up so that way I can present this commendation. So on behalf of the Vietnamese community, we are grateful and behalf of the city of San Jose, the mayor and our council, we are incredibly grateful for your mother's service and her dedication to be the bridge. Please accept this commendation. Sure. They would like to invite the council and the mayor to come down for a picture, please.
Okay, thank you all. We are still in orders of the day. Before I turn to my colleagues, I wanted to highlight that the administration has requested a deferral of item 3.7. That is the amendment to Title 24 of the San Jose Municipal Code for a proposed responsible construction ordinance. The request is to come back at the City Council meeting on January 30th. And I wanted to ask our city manager if she wanted to just share any quick context on the deferral and timing. I know there's a supplemental.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Jennifer McGuire here. Yes, the administration is requesting a deferral because as we were doing our stakeholder outreach and engagement with the development community, they did not feel that they had adequate time to review the ordinance and to provide feedback. And so we respectfully request a deferral to allow for additional engagement with them and come back to the council.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Jennifer. Okay, I have a couple of hands and we'll take motions and comments on the requested deferral, and then of course we want to hear about any other proposed changes to the printed agenda, and I'll start with Vice Mayor Kamei.
Thank you so much. And this is an issue that's critically important. I know we all want to address it as soon as possible. I would like to make a motion that we accept the request from the administration, but bring it back on January 16th, which would be our second meeting. It gives us some opportunity to be able to have a discussion of it and also be able to address it as soon as possible.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so that would, and let me just turn to the administration. Does that give us time to do a series of stakeholder roundtables, do any follow-up investigation? I know we want to move quickly. I'm mindful of the holidays and people being out, and I know staff often is out the second half of the month. Who should I?
A point of order, we do not have a meeting on January 16th. January 23rd would be the second meeting.
23rd, okay.
Then I'd actually like to move it to the 9th, January 9th.
It's too early.
Okay.
I don't know if
that
that's-
actually concerns me even more, but let me turn to the administration. Do we have time to do a series of roundtable discussions, follow-up research, and give people time to come back with thoughtful feedback?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We will make it work if that's what the council would like us to do.
Okay. Other comments? Okay.
I think it's important that we give the staff time
Okay, let me come to you. Sorry, Councilmember, you put up your hand. Okay, anything else, Vice Mayor? Okay, well,
But did
actually,
he
I need to
accept-
ask the seconder if he accepts, or do you
For the
want to?
9th.
You can say for the
Deferral to the 9th.
to the 9th. You can also, you can say yes or no. We'll come back to you for further comment.
Yes.
Just say yes or no
I'll
for
say
now.
no.
Okay, so that is not accepted. So currently the 9th, well, I'm sorry, the 16th is the motion with the note that we don't actually have a meeting on the 16th. Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Ortiz next.
It was Candelas was next.
Mayor, I accidentally dropped off by
Okay.
unchecking, so I think I popped up pretty quick.
Okay, you go and go.
You know, I think, you know, item 3.7 has been 5 years in the making, and in fact, so much time has passed since we first heard it. Mountain View, Milpitas, Sunnyvale have all implemented this ordinance. And I do believe that we should have the conversation today and should not defer this any further. And from the comments I've heard from my colleagues on the dais, I think we all agree that wage theft prevention is important, and we need to do everything we can to protect workers now, and therefore I'll move to approve the agenda as is and keep item 3.7 on the agenda in order to have that conversation.
Okay, so it's a substitute motion.
Substitute motion.
Nobody seconded hers, though.
Well, then it was the
Yeah,
underlying
it was
motion.
seconded. It's seconded for the 16th currently. Okay, so there's a substitute motion on the floor, which is to not defer as the administration's requesting. Councilmember Ortiz?
But Mayor, if I may finish, and the conversation that we have when we hear the item, you know, there's nothing that precludes us from being able to defer it during the conversation and the debate process. So I think it's only fair that we have that conversation instead of making the decision now at this point in the meeting. Thank you. Now I'm done.
Okay. It is customary to decide to defer during orders of the day, but Councilmember Ortiz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the construction industry is large and can employ workers from many trades in a single construction project, often using a general contractor and several subcontractors. For example, a 15,000 square foot project has the potential to employ up to a total of 2,000 people. And according to Working Partnerships USA, construction is the second fastest growing industry in Silicon Valley, just behind the tech sector, with more than 13,000 projected jobs opening up over the next decade. And how that growth happens here in the city of San Jose and who it serves matters. And the construction industry has a history, unfortunately, of bad actors getting away with worker exploitation and wage theft. And I think that time matters, and it's important that we have this conversation today. We all are aware of the horrors that occurred at Silvery Towers in 2018. Workers were human trafficked, forced to sleep in shipping containers, never paid for their work, and threatened with violence to them and their families if they spoke up. And that scandal was beyond horrifying and was an example of the abuses that are allowed without proper enforcement mechanisms of wage theft on private projects put into place. I believe that wage theft judgments are levied against construction firms throughout this state and continue to be unpaid. And we have the opportunity today to do what we've already known other cities to have done, Mountain View, Milpitas, Sunnyvale, and by supporting this ordinance, we can expand the number of workers who can provide for their families and have protections to ensure that they continue to get livable wages and are not put out of their homes due to wage theft. And so personally, I'm going to be supporting Councilmember Candelas' motion and voting no against the deferment. And just for the record, in 2016, the City Council unanimously approved the wage theft prevention policy. In 2019, the Rules and Open Government Committee supported a responsible construction ordinance that would apply to private construction. That same year, the City Council prioritized, and during the priority setting session, the responsible construction ordinance. And at the end of 2019, the City Council directed staff to provide a progress report to the City Council on the status of the responsible construction ordinance and related wage theft policies. And then finally, in 2020, the mayor and the council directed to negotiate with the mechanical crafts and the Wage Theft Coalition to develop and implement the responsible construction ordinance. So I believe, to say that there hasn't been enough conversation about this is truly a fallacy. We've been working on this issue for years, and everyone here has worked too hard and too long for this policy just to continue to be kicked down the road into next year. And every day that goes without this ordinance is a clear injustice to working class families who are vulnerable to wage theft here in this city. So I urge my council to vote against deferral and hope that we have a strong ordinance in place so that the people who are building in San Jose are treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley has had her hand up online, and then I'll come back to the council.
Thank you, Mayor. This really is an important issue that we discuss, preventing wage theft. It's really critical that we have a responsible contractor ordinance in place. But I'm very concerned about the lack of outreach. Hearing from the developer community that they weren't communicated with specifically on this issue, maybe in generalities, but not specific to the ordinance proposal until December 1st. And then most recently, December 7th, with the roundtable, where many developers weren't even aware of what was happening. I think we need to make sure that we have particularly extensive outreach with all stakeholders groups. And that's really critical. We always talk about making sure that we're reaching out to all individuals and all organizations who are going to be affected by any ordinances that we pass. So I really believe we should defer this. I'd like to see us defer it since our next council meeting, the 9th is too early in January. The 23rd is the next available one. I prefer seeing it there. We have a substitute motion on the floor, so I'm going to vote against the substitute motion and hope that we can defer until the 23rd. But that doesn't mean that I don't think this issue is important. I do think this issue is important, but I think we also need to hear the voices of the developers, and frankly, I'm concerned about the finance component of the proposal and how I'd like to have conversations with some bankers and how it's going to affect them. But that can come up when we have a longer, more detailed discussion. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, council member. We'll go to Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to give people my perspective. I appreciate the comments, as mentioned by Councilmember Candelas, in the fact that this moves forward for a conversation. There's no reason we couldn't defer it then. I think I was on the transition committee for the planning and permitting, and certainly I've got to know some of the developers a little bit more intimately and understand the situation that they're in and some of the concerns I think they're expressing. I feel similarly to some of my colleagues that not enough outreach was done. I think we all probably share that. But I think that during the course of a conversation, if this item continues to move forward in the agenda as it was originally planned, I think during that conversation we can probably bring out some solutions to move forward. Well, some solutions in which it would allow us to move forward with this important piece of policy while also recognizing and creating a space in which some of the developers can still be engaged. And so I'm supportive of the substitute motion, and hopefully the rest of my colleagues will be as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of us up here we've been sitting on the dais for about 11 months. Yes, the background work has been done for 5 years. And none of us up here don't believe in preventing wage theft. But we need that little extra time to clarify a lot of things. And to specifically, when we talk about being fair and equitable, I think we need to do the outreach. If we don't do that, then we're being biased. And I think it's important that we move it to December 23rd. So therefore, I'm asking for a friendly amendment to bring back the 23rd.
2 days before Christmas?
January, sorry.
Oh.
Let me rephrase that. January 23rd.
No.
Okay.
And so
we can keep going, or
let me finish
Okay,
what I
sure.
have to say, Mayor. Thank you. So when we're talking about, again, being fair and equitable, and you're not allowing other people to hear about this items, and you're not giving out the outreach, then you're doing a disservice to the city and to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Batra.
I think as we have heard, that the wage theft prevention is key item for us to do. I have voted in favor of trying to get things done quickly, things which had been discussed for a long time before. But the question is, do we have done enough outreach? Have we gotten all the people who are going to be impacted with this fully understand what is going on and how to get them ready for it? Considering that in this particular case, we have already been expressed that the outreach has not been adequate, and the staff itself came with the recommendation to defer it. So I would be highly inclined to give the staff the opportunity to get their job done so that we have a proposal in front of us which is going to be good for all our community, the people who are wage workers and the people who are developers who are hiring them. So as a result, I would be voting against this substitute motion, and I would like to move the date back like Councilmember Dewan had suggested, but that I guess will be an item later. So I would like to give the staff the time to do their outreach work, and I would be voting against this substitute motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Just quick questions, probably for Matt Lesh, or if Jennifer Lee or others have the answers, that's fine as well. I appreciate that this has been a priority for a long time. I think that's a fair note. It was first, as I understand it, prioritized by a past council. I don't think there are too many remaining members of that council here. There are at least a couple, but I believe it was prioritized during the council's annual priority setting process 5 years ago. My understanding is not a whole lot happened for quite a few years. It sort of sat on a list along with a number of other priorities because we had a habit of identifying more priorities than we had staff bandwidth for, which is fine. That's something we're working on as we focus as a council. We have, as a council, indicated more recently that we want this to come back, that we want to send a strong signal that we will not tolerate wage theft in San Jose. I think that's a value we all hold in common, and that's an important one. I think that it is important to note, however, that the language, the draft language, and outreach, to the extent that it's been done, has all been quite recent and fairly limited. And so I just wanted to just make sure that was clear for everyone. So Matt, can you just tell us when the draft language was published? Because yes, this came up 5 years ago, but when was that draft language released?
December 1st.
December 1st, okay, so 11 days ago. The draft language of the ordinance was released 11 days ago. And 11 days ago when that was released, did you have roundtable meetings scheduled with developers and contractors, the people who would be regulating with this new city ordinance?
Meetings were scheduled. The first meeting was held December 7th.
First meeting was held December 7th, 5 days ago. Today is Tuesday, so that would have been last Thursday. The last day for the council, just for those keeping track, to write a group memo, of course, in a Brown Act would have been last Friday. So that would have been less than a 24-hour turnaround for a group of council members to hear any feedback from any developers on actual language. So that's a 24-hour window. And again, I actually suspect ultimately probably we could have an 11-0 vote on this. I think all of us agree wage theft is something we will not tolerate in San Jose, and if we can strengthen local laws to support that without huge negative unintended consequences, I think we're going to all agree on that. So I appreciate staff trying to move quickly. I do. I'm not trying to ding you here, Matt. I know you're trying to move fast and you're juggling a lot. You're also taking on building our emergency interim housing sites and turning around our animal care center, and you've taken on a tremendous amount in this new role. What I have experienced, and I guess I'll ask you what you've heard, is since last Thursday, which was the first meeting we convened 5 days ago on the language, which only came out 11 days ago, I've been contacted by probably over a dozen people in the construction industry who have said, what is this and why are you passing it? And so while this was a concept that we brought up a while ago, I don't know that we've quite done the job of having conversations. And the truth is, what's been brought forward may be very reasonable. It may be a great ordinance. But unless we take the time to convene people, make them aware, have conversations, we're gonna breed distrust. We're gonna upset people, even if it's a perfectly good ordinance. I'd also argue there may be some unintended consequences or edge cases that we haven't fully thought through here that we might want to be aware of. I even was getting calls as of this morning of people hearing about it for the first time. I remember, and of course no two cases are perfectly apples to apples, but I recall a few months ago we were talking about changing our charter to allow for the creation of San Jose Clean Energy. And I remember representatives from IBEW, representatives from PG&E coming in and saying, we don't really understand what you're doing. Why are you doing this? Now, that's something that had come to council many times, something we talked about many times for a long time, going back at least a year. But they said, we didn't have a chance to ask questions, to read the language, to really dig into this with you. So we took 6 weeks. We said, we'll take 6 weeks to do multiple meetings, to hear your questions, to do research, to come back. That's how good policy is made. That's what good government looks like. That's how we bring people together. That's how we get to an 11-0 vote, and we move forward together as a city, and we build trust with everybody, business and labor. That's just what good policymaking looks like. So I, too, will not be supporting the substitute motion. I think that January 23rd, that's the second meeting of the year, is time, even with the holidays, even with travel, to expect that people can get together in person, have some meetings, ask questions, do some research, circle back, and if groups of council members want to try to tweak something with some group memos, there's a chance for those to come forward, and we can get this done in about a month. Hopefully it's 11-0 vote at that time, and we can move forward. But I think we got to move forward together. And so I appreciate the Vice Mayor's motion. I would suggest, since we don't have a council meeting on the 16th, that we entertain a friendly motion to the 23rd. I will certainly not be supporting the substitute motion, which would attempt to ram this through together. And let me just end on this point. I don't know that there's some substantive issue or disagreement we're going to surface on the dais here amongst the 11 of us that's going to make it great for us to move forward today. I think the damage is done because we didn't include people in the conversation. We can really only rectify that by giving ourselves a few more council meetings to come back and actually do that engagement and listen to people and answer their questions. Okay, I see Councilor Davis has put her hand up. Hi.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important for us, there have been some issues raised in the last few days, and I think it's important for us to make sure that those issues get discussed in the outreach, and so I think that we need to hear the item so that we can discuss the points of friction that have already come up so that those can be discussed in the additional outreach. In other words, I think it's important for us to give staff a little bit more direction rather than just, yes, continue to do some more outreach, and that's why I want to hear the item. So I will be supporting the substitute motion.
Okay. All right. Any other hands? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Now, with all the discussion that has already taken place, we may as well have heard the item. I think that maybe what this is showing us is that maybe we don't kick the can down the road, but really have the discussion. So I think I'm going to support it. I don't think it's ideal, but I think that I'm going to support it because I think that there are things that are going to come up that if we decide as a council to bring it back, then at least there's greater clarity for the staff, for the audience, for whoever wants to participate, so that if it does, in effect, come back, then we have a more robust understanding of what it is and what it is not.
Okay, sounds good. With that said, I will too support the substitute, but my intention is that we defer it. I appreciate the point about giving staff good feedback and asking questions. So thank you for clarifying that, Councilmember Davis. Makes sense. Okay. Do we have any other motions related to orders of the day in the printed agenda? Everybody's happy with the rest of it? Okay.
I have a lot of public comment.
We're going to go to public comment. Let me just clarify the substitute motion as I understand it. Substitute motion, if it passes, will leave 3.7 on the agenda. Council will decide at that point what to do with that item. We had our adjournment. I have no other notes on orders of the day, so leave it as is.
Okay, so public comment, I have Josh Rodriguez, followed by, and this is in no order, so if you hear your name, first name gets to the microphone and can begin speaking. I have Josh Rodriguez, Lucila Ortiz, Louise Auerhahn, Ruth Silver-Taub. I'm starting with those, and I'll go ahead and call Felwina to come on down. The security officers will show you the reserved seats to take a seat while you wait for your turn. First speaker, just go to the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lucila Ortiz. I'm here with Silicon Valley Rising, and I just wanted to tell you, Mr. Mayor, you like to talk about the idea of going back to basics. There's nothing more basic than people getting paid for their job. You shouldn't need courage to do the right thing, and yet here we are, and I'm gonna say I'm really disappointed that we are in this stage where you need courage to do the right thing. You know, you're here because your job, as I believe it, is to protect the most vulnerable, and the most vulnerable are the people that make the city. This city is anything but basic. We're exceptional, and we're exceptional because of the people that make the city exceptional. And so thank you for hearing the motion. I hope that you do the right thing. Again, it's disappointing that you need courage to do it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, sorry, we're not going to have applause or booing in the chamber. Please, just if you want to indicate support silently, you're welcome to do that. I want to make sure we can hear each of our speakers and move efficiently through our agenda. We will take substantive comments on 3.7 at 3.7 when it comes up. This is just on orders of the day, which is the motion on the floor is to not change the orders of the day. So it's a procedural question.
Right, so I'm going to continue calling the names, but if you are happy with
If you want to speak on 3.7, we will take up 3.7.
Right, we are taking up 3.7.
Assuming this passes.
So if you want to come down and speak to keeping it on the agenda or keeping it off of the agenda, that's really what we're talking about right now. And then 3.7, if this passes, we will come back and, but I will need you, some of you would need to resubmit cards. Peter Camacho, next speaker, come to the microphone. Also Peter Camacho, Marisol Malimban, Will Smith, and Forrest Peterson. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Louise Auerhahn, Working Partnerships, and I'm here to urge you not to defer 3.7. I'm happy to see the substitute motion. However, we have many community members who are coming here to speak on 3.7. When we heard it might be heard of orders of the day, some people dropped what they were doing, got here early to come speak here, only to have public comment deferred until after the council discussion. So I just find it very indicative that, you know, there's a desire to give a great deal of deference to a few community members who are developers, and much less to hear the voice of the rest of the community members who are here. A brief timeline. 2015 was when the community started hearing about wage theft being a major issue in downtown San Jose. It was in the media. City Council was advised. City Council said, let's wait, see what happens. 2017, human traffic uncovered in Silvery Towers, federal investigation. City Council said, let's wait. 2018, again, advocates pushed City Council to act. City Council said, let's wait. January 2019, Rules Committee, City Council finally did put it up. That was when an early draft of the responsible construction ordinance was first introduced and made public record, January 2019. I could read you off many more dates between now and then, but we've been waiting long enough. Let's please go ahead, hear this item today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Danny, I can't read the last name, but Danny, come on down.
Ruth Silvertobe. I coordinate the Wage Theft Coalition. I also am opposed to any delay. Other cities have enacted this, as you've heard, and they had extensive outreach to developers. And it was a substantially similar ordinance, and they knew that we were going city to city on this ordinance. Second of all, it's a really simple ordinance. They just have to acknowledge at the beginning that they'll pay judgments, and at the end they have to acknowledge under penalty of perjury that they've paid judgments if they want to occupy the building. It is not rocket science. There's no reason to defer this. They have had notice, there was a round table, and I believe that we've waited long enough. 2019, and as you heard from Louise, year after year we've heard about this, and it's high time this happened. We do not want another Silvery Towers. I'm on the advice line at the county, and I hear from construction workers all the time. I also hear from them at the Workers' Rights Clinic. We need this. We need local governments. We need you to step up. The Labor Commission is understaffed, and there's huge delays, and workers are relying on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Filomena Piso Mondina. I'm also with the County Advice Line for the Tagalog speaking attorney. I urge you to keep 3.7 on the agenda and not delay it any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Will Smith. I'm a representative IBW 332. I'm urging you guys not to defer this matter. This matter has been kicked, this can has been kicked down the road long enough. In 2017, Job Torres was federally persecuted for slavery, for enslaving workers in shipping containers right here in the city of San Jose. Threaten these workers. Threaten them to send them back home or to go after and attack family members back home in Mexico. This is something that can't be stood for. This heinous act must be corrected. The responsible construction ordinance must move forward, and it must be passed today. We can't allow a stain like this on the city of San Jose to just sit there and not be taken care of, not be handled. I mean, imagine you guys coming to the dais and doing your job, and people not paying you, but yet you still have to make ends meet. You got to pay your bills. You got to put food on the table. This is what we're talking about. This is what the RCO is. So I urge you guys to pass this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Maricon Malimban. And I'm part of the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants, and I just wanted to urge you to keep 3.7 on the agenda today, as wage theft is such an important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, honorable council members and mayor. My name is Dr. Forrest Peterson. I'm a research affiliate with the Center for Integrated Facility Engineering at Stanford University, which is a premier international research center. I'm also a concrete laborer. Starting 25 years ago, though I haven't had the honor to work in the field in some time. When I was writing this, I realized something. I didn't have to wear glasses when I first came up here and spoke on this. We're all becoming old in this process. Councilor Jimenez gave me an award 5 years ago. We didn't have gray in our beards at that time. So I worked on this RCO as part of my doctoral thesis, and my research center was awarded that commendation for that work. Sergio, Sam, and Ruth Silvertobe. And that commendation was obviously premature. So I am for keeping 3.7 on the agenda. I agree with the comments by Luis Erhun from the Working Partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the Council. I'm also, my name is Peter Camacho. I'm part of the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants and also part of the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition. I urge the Mayor and the Council to keep 3.7 on the agenda. I think it's important that we hear on this issue right now. I think, Vice Mayor Kamei also brought up the point, right, that why not have the discussion here right now? And people from the community have, taken time off their day in order to be here. And I think, in the process of ensuring that all stakeholders are heard, right, then it's also important to hear from the community that's also here today. Thank you.
Is next speaker? Okay. I also have hands up online for when the in-person speakers are completed.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Danny Mangan. I'm a union rep for Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483. And I'm here to, I agree with previous speakers. I would like to see this, this item on the agenda and not deferred, kicked down the road. This ordinance will level the playing field for contractors that are basing their work off the quality of their work and doing things the right way. It'll filter out contractors that are blatantly stealing from workers, and then obviously having a situation like Silvery Towers a few years back. We all know how hard it is to make ends meet here. Life is expensive, and it's just blatantly wrong for contractors to steal from hardworking people from this community that live and work here and that are just trying to provide for their family. So I'd love to see this on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to interject quickly. I don't want to interrupt anyone, but I just want to remind folks, please limit your comments to the orders of the day, which is the process question of whether or not we defer. There will be an opportunity to speak substantively about your support or opposition in 3.7, assuming this motion, the substitute motion, passes.
Okay. Any more speakers that I called? I think there was one I called that didn't come up. Okay, I'm going to move online. I have Rayed, followed by John.
And again, for those of you online, the only question we're entertaining right now is whether or not to hear item 3.7 today. We will take substantive comments when it comes up, assuming it does.
Hello. Good afternoon, members of the council and Mayor Matt Mahan. My name is Riyad Katwan, and I'm with Republic Urban Properties. And last Thursday was the first time we've actually seen the written language. I don't think any of us in the development community are saying we're against this ordinance in any way, but I think that the language that's currently being proposed may have some unintended consequences that will hurt people from getting work. And as you know, our industry has been struggling with the current economic environment, and not a single project was started in all of 2023. Not one market rate product has started construction, and I'm afraid we may not have another one for next year. These ordinances that have been adopted, I did a little bit of research by Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and Milpitas. Not a single complaint has arisen since that's happened. I don't think anything will come up. We can take a few more weeks and take a look at the language and modify it in such a manner that we don't have harm our ability to bring projects forward to be developed. Thank you.
John, followed by Paul. And again, I want to reiterate, this is about whether to keep it on the agenda or not. Go ahead, John.
Great, thank you. My name is John Ball, and I am a retired principal with Hensel Phelps Construction. And I'd like to put my comments into the context of having my name on the contract for many projects in San Jose, and they were all successful, and none of them had wage theft. And I also know that, so I'm speaking, requesting strongly a deferral of the item until January. I think it's January 23rd. January 30th would be better because of the shortness of the outreach, and just because people think this has been a live wire since 2015, this proposed language is very fresh. I wrote each of you council members a letter dated Saturday that I posed 6 questions. And no, Mayor, I'm not going to go through and list those now. You've made it clear that's for another time. But I would encourage you to make sure those questions get answered. And I'll defer the rest of my comments until later in this meeting if necessary.
Paul, followed by Jordan.
Yes, Paul Soka from the Horseshoe. I want to thank Council Member Ortiz for his rhetorical positions on the seriousness of this issue. One of the things that really troubles me is the fact that this is a debatable issue for my mayor. The fact that we're going to debate whether or not to consider discussing now or discussing it, it's a privilege that my mayor is assuming that completely disregards the needs of the citizenry that he serves rhetorically. But the service to this community whose bodies and community have been exploited, and there is a precedent for that exploitation. And it surfaced within the context of the campesinos that was the means to remedy the exploitation of the Mexican body. I would like to remind this council that during COVID, those construction has kept going. And what that did is that exposed my community to COVID, that we were constantly showing up to work and making sure that those market rate housings went up on time, and they did. And what happened is that the primos were taking COVID home in their clothes, and they were killing our community unknowingly. Why? Because they kept those hammers going with these construction sites. So I would like you to take that into consideration in terms of the vulnerabilities that my community experiences.
Jordan, followed by Todd.
Hi, this is Jordan Angel, co-head of capital markets for JLL Silicon Valley. I'm not here to speak to the specifics of the ordinance or anything else. I'm here just to speak to an appeal to delay for additional research and study from stakeholders. Representing, we've closed over 100 construction deals this year for multifamily product across the country, and in a market where it's severely impacted on the ability to get construction financing. Adding an additional challenge to getting certificate of occupancy could be a big problem and provide a severe chilling effect to the ability to get construction financing on new housing, and very much limit the ability to build new housing. That said, I have not studied the ordinance nor know the specifics. First time I heard about it was last Thursday, so my appeal here and comment is not to anything in the actual language. It is specifically to leave us some time to study it and comment from the construction lending perspective specifically. Thank you.
Todd, followed by Dennis.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Todd Schreckel, and I'm with Hunter Properties. We're the developer of Coleman Highline in San Jose. I'm respectfully requesting that the council defer its consideration of the proposed responsible construction ordinance to at least January 23rd of 24. This deferment will allow for more thoughtful input from the contractor and development community, which I think we all can agree on has been limited to date. While we support the spirit of the ordinance and its intention to ensure fair labor practices in construction projects, we believe it is crucial to thoroughly vet the proposal with all stakeholders, including the development and construction industries, to identify and address any potential negative consequences. Thank you.
Dennis, followed by Jeffrey. Okay, moving on. Jeffrey, followed by Dennis.
Mayor, Council, Jeffrey Buchanan with Working Partnerships USA. I just want to address, in the mayor's comments, I think there was a rather disingenuous example that was posted. The mayor said with the idea around the creation of a public utility, there was a deferral to allow for additional time for PG&E and IBEW to engage with the city around those questions. In that particular case, council had actually directed staff to work with those particular stakeholders, and staff had not done so. And going into those conversations, very publicly, IBEW, Labor Council, our organization, Working Partnerships, we had been very clear about substantive policy issues that were not being addressed in how staff was presenting this policy. Here, we have a series of folks in the development community hand-waving about an issue, but not naming any substantive changes or issues with the policy. I think it's pretty clear. This policy, if you are a developer who is not hiring contractors or subcontractors who engage in wage theft, you have nothing to worry about. So why are we continuing to kick the can down the street on this issue? If it was any other stakeholder than the development community, which continues to throw around hundreds of thousands of dollars each election cycle to campaigns, we wouldn't be having this debate. We would be moving forward with an ordinance. So I really encourage the council to vote for the motion that is on the table, to have this debate, to be respectful of the dozens and dozens of community members that are here that want to talk about this issue, and not kowtow to the development community once again. Thank you so much.
Dennis, followed by Essex.
Good afternoon, Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area, representing over 300 home builders and associated industries throughout the 9-county Bay Area and beyond. I strongly urge the City Council to defer this proposed ordinance in order to provide time to coordinate more development industry input and resolve flaws in the current draft that could thwart new economic development in the City of San Jose. Before action is taken on the proposed ordinance, staff should be directed to conduct a thorough and robust outreach with the development community to review the proposed ordinance, which has some substantial differences, as I understand it, from Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Milpitas ordinances. The staff memo on this item indicates that the ordinance was developed in meetings with several labor organizations, but just one meeting with the construction industry took place 5 days ago in the construction roundtable, well after completion of the draft ordinance and staff report. BIA was never contacted or notified of any meeting, and therefore we are and were unable to communicate this issue to our membership. There are no indications that staff has conducted any analysis of the proposed impacts on important residential and commercial projects, and holding a housing project up for the certificate of occupancy while the city determines if a complaint is valid is an extreme measure and has potentially severe consequences and should be thoroughly vetted before it moves forward. So with many unanswered questions in the proposed ordinance, we respectfully request that the City Council defer action until sufficient outreach and resolution of concerns can be implemented. Thank you.
Essex, followed by NorCal Carpenters.
Good afternoon. This is Raymond Tersani with Essex Property Trust, an apartment owner and developer. I'd like to request a deferral to allow time for further review and comment from all stakeholders. We are not against this ordinance, but we want to confirm that there are no unintended consequences.
Thank you. NorCal Carpenters.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rigo Gallardo. I am an organizer here at Carpenters Local 405. And I ask the mayor and the city council that item 3.7 stay on the agenda, vote for the motion on the table. Thank you and have a great day.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're back. We're going to be voting on a substitute motion, which would keep the orders of the day as they are on the printed agenda, which means if it passes, item 3.7 will come up as it is agendized. We will then have a substantive conversation. I also just wanted to highlight procedurally, I heard a comment questioning the order here, just so folks know, for orders of the day and consent calendars, we take the council comments and motions first and then go to public comment. For other full items, we take staff presentation, then public comment, then come back to the council. That's how we always do it, so there's no change of procedure here today. Just wanted to make that clear. Okay, I don't have any other hands, so it doesn't look like there's any further discussion at the council. Tony, let's vote on the substitute motion, which would leave the printed agenda as it is.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Dwan,
No.
Candelas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Batra,
No.
Kamei, Mahan.
No.
Motion passes 7-4.
Okay, so we will keep the printed agenda as it is, and we will hear item 3.1 when we get to item 3.1. I'm sorry, 3.7. My apologies. Okay, thank you all. We are on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Okay, thank you. Next, the consent calendar. I believe we had one request to pull item 210, Councilmember Torres, is that correct? Okay, yes. And
Just
then,
a comment, yeah.
Thank you. And then were there any other requests to pull any items from the consent calendar? Okay, Councilmember Torres.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank Team San Jose for helping us revitalize downtown San Jose. However, I wanted to highlight the significance of bailes held at our convention center. These Mexican dances hold immense importance not only for our Latino community in San Jose, but those who travel from surrounding areas to witness amazing musical acts here at our convention center. San Jose stands as the sole location in Northern California hosting these bailes. After all, San Jose is the birthplace of Los Tigres del Norte, and so it's very important to preserve these dances. So again, preserving these events is crucial for our city, and they serve as a catalyst for hotel bookings and increased customers to our local restaurants. Beyond being a fun activity to attend, these bailes contribute to nurturing musical talent here in our city. Many artists, I've already mentioned it, many artists kickstart their careers and build their fan base by performing at these events right here around the corner at the McHenry Convention Center. As we collaborate to ensure a vibrant downtown accessible to all, we cannot overlook the significant role in our Latino community who plays in making these events lively and very memorable. They come out, dance the night away, and contribute immensely to the cultural vibrancy of our city. So thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember, would you like to move the consent calendar?
Yes, I would like to move the consent calendar.
Yeah, I have a comment on the same item.
Oh, sure, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I too want to comment on 2.10. It did come under our committee, CED committee, and one of the things that I just want to be very clear on, I know that Team San Jose has been going through a lot during the pandemic and all of that. I have very high expectations, and I think that some of the goals were not as robust as they could be. So as we move forward into a next year, a next season, a next setting of goals, that perhaps we stretch a little bit. And I mentioned that at the committee level, but I also feel that if we maintain at a minimum level, then I think that you never can really do as much as we really need to do to come out of this era of wanting to revitalize downtown. So my expectation is going to be quite high, just so that you're very clear and you know it. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Appreciate those comments and fully agree. And Vice Mayor has the second. Okay, great. I don't see any other hands. Let's go to public comment.
I have Sonia Rodriguez, Dee Aguirre, and looks like Sunny Guerrera.
Hola, my name is Sonia Rodriguez, Luzar Promotions. Mayor, council members, Omar Torres, thank you very much for letting us speak up. First of all, I want to let you know that the Convention Center has given us vaguely dates and new terms, and we are here to discuss that because there's a problem with that. But we want to make it a point that we don't want our dates to be held back, as there are very profitable key dates in the first quarter of 2024. So I just kind of wanted you guys to keep that in mind as we proceeded with some points. I have my family. We have been one of the pioneers in San Jose. We own the first radio station, Radio Casa, since the early 70s. We have been extremely involved with the city of San Jose's cultural development and religious. My family, we're the pioneers of the Posadas, the Virgen de Guadalupe Masses, 5 de Mayo, 16 de Septiembre, Festival del Niño. Many events that are still existent today. I'm the family that started all that back in the 70s and 80s. My mom and dad, rest in peace. And I'm carrying on their work, of course. I'm a second generation small businesswoman, hardworking, humble, and I look to be a profitable small business. We have gotten these dates, and they are constantly giving us rate increases. And I'm going to give you some numbers that are going to shock you, pre-COVID versus now. Per se, the union, pre-COVID, $9,000. Today, $25,000. $9,000 to $25,000. The power and electricity from $7,000 to $19,000, $12,000. Fire marshal from $2,300 to $10,000. Security.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. Your time is up.
So it's a 2-minute public comment. You can certainly reach our offices via email or phone.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Dia Aguirre, and I represent Marquez Brothers company here in San Jose, who does also the public dances and has been doing them for over 30 years. And I'm here to respectfully request a review of Team San Jose's practice, now specifically San Jose Convention Center, as to the changes that they are making, and not really discussing those things with us pre-hand or allowing us to contribute to these conversations. They basically said, you have 1 week to assign a contract with us, and these are the new rules. And we don't think that that's fair. We feel that this is discrimination. We feel that, this is a strong arm practice, and we really would like for your assistance in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm going to serve as a translator. So this is Soani Guerra. She represents La Cumbre, a longstanding San Jose promoter, and has been in business with the San Jose Convention Center for 33 years since doors opened, and a San Jose business owner for 60+ years. We are appalled with the proposed mandatory changes given the tremendous success we've recently had only 3 weeks ago. La Cumbre Enterprises stands united with Marcus Brothers and Lose Out Promotions. However, La Cumbre has some questions. We are not able to meet and address our needs in the usual fashion versus these mandatory changes, giving us ultimatums, take it or leave it. There is a lack of consultation impacting all 3 promoters regarding key decisions, despite the 33 years of experience working with the venue. Why are our needs being handled differently this year? We are all professionals and we should be able to be heard. There is an undertone of discrimination leading us to believe we are no longer welcome to collaborate with them. We are here because we need help. Team San Jose does not want to meet with us. They do not want to Zoom. They are not open for discussion. They do not answer our calls. And we have questions about these rate increases that they gave us last week, Thursday. Our deadline is this week, Friday. Take it or leave it, and we want to we want to do our dances. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Senora Rodriguez, I'll be looking for some contact information with you. Team San Jose answers to us. They answer to the people. They answer to this council. They don't, it's not the other way around. So you are right in your assessment that it's a strong arm tactic, and this take it or leave it attitude that Team San Jose is taking on this position, they got a lot of nerve doing that, because I'm here on their case every single time that they report to this council. So I'll be getting a hold of you, Senora, to see what I can contribute to the conversation in terms of advocacy. Now, the ordinance, let me see, what number is it? It's 2.2. These ordinances necessitate discussion. You have amendments to Title 20 of the Municipal Code. And one of the amendments is housing affordable deed restricted. Now, there's an issue that came up with that with the building that's going up on Almadena, Virginia, that there was some machinations and maneuvering in terms of the definitions that you just kind of try to slide in through. I caught it, and then Councilman Torres caught it, and it required more discussion because of what you used as a funding source. And so trying to make these amendments, what you're doing is you're making a dope-fiend move, and you're trying to go backtrack and clear the legal language so you don't get sued for what you're doing. I mean, that's just dirty. I mean, it's dirty, it's wrong, it's foul, it stinks. And this is the reason why people don't trust the government. People don't trust you because what you do is you backtrack and you correct the language so that you're not held accountable.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any hands, so let's vote.
Jimenez? Oh, I didn't have a second on that motion. I had a.
It was Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you.
Motion was from Torres.
Yeah, I got the motion. Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres? Yes. Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dwan? Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei? Mahan?
Aye.
And Foley, I need you to announce if you're with anybody, and then you don't have to announce it again unless that situation changes.
I am all by myself.
Okay, thank you. Back to council. Motion
Thank you.
passes.
Okay, thank you. Item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We are on to item 3.3. We have a staff presentation. This item is building permitting for residential additions or alterations audit report. We will hear from our city auditor, Joe Royce.
Good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Gitanjali Mandrakar from my office. We're here to present our audit of residential building permits, additional resources, And further process enhancements can reduce wait times and improve service delivery. Also in the box are Chris Burton, Chu Chang, and Lisa Joyner from the Planning, Building, Code Enforcement Department, or PBCE. Also in the audience are Michelle Malari and Dilnoza Kodeberganova, who worked on the audit. City of San Jose requires building permits for new structures and changes to existing structures. And the Building Division of PBCE conducts plan reviews, issues building permits, and inspects projects for building code compliance. The slide shows a simplified outline of the permit process for residential projects, which begins with intake, where a permit specialist in building reviews applications and plans for completeness. Depending on the scope of the project, plans may need also to go through technical plan review, where an engineer verifies that plans comply with building codes. Once plans are approved, building will issue a permit that authorizes construction, and then during construction, building inspectors verify that the construction is in accordance with the approved plans. Building does have multiple ongoing or new initiatives to improve and expedite the building permit process. For example, for qualifying projects, customers can go through sjpermits.org to get an online permit. There's also over-the-counter service and other means through which by qualifying projects can expedite the process. There's also a new program, the Best Prepared Designer Program, which was implemented recently that allows licensed or experienced professionals to bypass the standard review process by taking full responsibility for building code compliance, again, for qualifying projects. The objective of this audit was to assess the timeliness of the building permit process for single-family residential additions or alterations, including accessory structures, and the scope of our work included the building division's intake, plan review, and permit issuance processes. We had 4 findings. The first finding is that staffing and workload imbalances have impacted the timeliness of the building permit process. So customers applying for a building permit through the standard permit process work with staff from building's permit center and plan review sections, and we found that building has seen significant vacancies in recent years. Particularly, this has been an issue in the plan review section where vacancy rates have been consistently high. For example, in January of 2022, vacancy rate was 27%, and in June of this past year, it was up to 35%. Because of this, building has not been meeting its timeliness targets for submitting plan review comments to customers, and overall, the process has become very lengthy. On average, ADUs and other structural additions or alteration projects in fiscal year 22-23 took over 130 days to receive a permit. This has also resulted in the growth of a backlog of projects, which peaked in December of 2022. Using consultants to augment existing staff, building was able to reduce the backlog to roughly 130 in July 2023. We also found that building should reassess the balance of workload and staffing. Even if all vacant positions were filled, we noted that building may not have had sufficient staff to manage all incoming projects timely, and assumptions within their fee model have not been reassessed since 2016, and reserves in some fee-related activities are currently not accounted for in the model. So to better align resources with workload and address ongoing staffing challenges, we recommend that PBC develop a staffing strategy, including expanding recruitment efforts, prioritizing hiring entry-level positions, and considering the ongoing use of consultants or other staff, such as inspectors, for plan review. We also recommend they reassess its current fee model assumptions to account for all staff hours and use of reserves. I do want to pause here before going to the next findings. There was a discussion at the Community and Economic Development Committee about how or whether the new Best Prepared Designer program would affect these recommendations. So the Best Prepared Designer program is designed to allow projects meeting certain criteria, for example, a single-story addition up to 500 square feet, to bypass the current approval process, and the expectation and hope is that it will reduce the demand for plan review services in the division. But because not all projects qualify, of course, it would not completely reduce that demand for services. The recommendations as finding are meant to address the need for sufficient resources to meet the demand for services from the community, either through filling vacancies or ensuring the fee models fully account for the expected demand. How the Best Prepared Designer program impacts those recommendations really is in the implementation. For example, the fee model assumptions about future demand for services will need to account for both the potential reduced demand for plan review services, but also account for staff time meant to oversee that program. So to reiterate, the recommendations finding are about having sufficient resources available to meet the demand for services of the building division, The next three findings are about internal processes, and the recommendations are about pain points that we observed based on our analysis and the result of a customer survey we conducted of past customers with residential projects. So that second finding is clarifying plan review assignments and resubmittal responsibilities can improve customer satisfaction. Projects requiring plan review have experienced long delays, and oftentimes projects were not assigned to a plan reviewer for multiple weeks, and the first round of comments from plan reviewers were provided well past expected timeframes. We found the plan review stage is the longest stage within the permitting process, and in our survey of building customers, more than half rated timeliness of this process negatively. Because of vacancies, most residential projects in recent months have been reviewed by consultants. However, projects were not assigned to those consultants until after the project's review targets had already passed. We also found that while most projects require multiple rounds of review cycles during the plan review process, staff do not consistently meet with customers to minimize the number of resubmittals. There is an informal policy to meet with customers after 2 review cycles, but this was not occurring consistently. We also found building can clarify plan review assignments for inspectors for over-the-counter projects and improve how it manages work with its consultants. So to clarify responsibilities in the plan review process, we recommend assigning projects to staff in a timely manner, update and communicate expected timeframes for plan review comments, clarify when staff should meet with customers to minimize the number of resubmitted plans, and clarify roles for oversight of consultants. The third finding is opportunities exist to improve permit center processes and coordination among work groups. So customers face lengthy delays prior to even starting the permit process. This is because initial intake appointments can take weeks or more to schedule. In September 2023, it took up to 47 days for customers to get an intake appointment. This is actually an improvement from earlier in the year when appointments could take up to 3 months. At the time of the audit, appointments defaulted to at least 1 hour. However, staff report they do not generally take the full allotted time. And in addition, between January and May of this past year, we know that customers failed to show for roughly 1 in 7 appointments. Building is implementing SJE plans, a work management software expected to improve coordination and communication among staff and customers. And according to PBCE, the system may also eliminate the need for appointments moving forward. So to improve permit center processes, enhance coordination, we recommend the department evaluate the default appointment times, expand optional appointments, and potentially enforce a cancellation policy for unresponsive customers, as well as educate customers about how to prepare for intake. Also recommend standardizing permit issuance process and assess SJE plans after a pilot phase to ensure that its goals have been met. Last finding is that building can enhance its communication with customers. Building's primary source of communication in the community for building permit information is its website. The online permits and development center pages were the most frequently visited sites on PBC's webpage. We found permit customers have expressed dissatisfaction with the city's website, and staff have noted that customers frequently contact the permit center for help in navigating it. Many building phone tree options are direct to voicemail. However, customers are not given information on when they receive a response, nor is building tracking how quickly their staff respond. And lastly, sjpermits.org site and the division phone lines do not have translation options, and most files on the PBC's website are only in English. So to enhance communication, we recommend PBC update its website to help customers more easily find information, set minimum timeliness standards for responding to customer inquiries, and improve translation options for sjpermits.org, phone trees, and documents on the building's website. So the report overall has 15 recommendations to improve timeliness and enhance service delivery in the building permit process. I'd like to thank PBCE. We'd also like to thank the City Manager's Budget Office, the City Attorney's Office, Fire Department, Public Works, and Information Technology Department for their time and insight during the process. The administration has reviewed the report, and the response is shown in the yellow pages of the printed report. I'll turn it over to PBCE for the administration's response, and of course, we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Mayor and Council, Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. This audit represents an important opportunity for us to take a look at our residential building permit process. We've been in the business of providing permits to residents of the city for a long time, but it's really the last 3 to 5 years that we've seen an acceleration in the rate of change in how we operate as a department. So this audit really represents that opportunity to take a look at many of the things that we do and that we have taken for granted, and also understand the impacts of some of the changes that we already have underway. We agree with all of the findings and recommendations that the auditor has provided, many of which align with a lot of the processes, technology changes, and management changes we already have underway within the department. We'd like to thank Joe and his team for their collaboration through this process. We think it's incredibly worthwhile. And with that, staff's available for questions.
Great. Thank you for the thoughtful audit report and the administration's response. We'll go to public comment.
Krista, followed by Kia, here in person, and then I'll go to the online. And I would just want to remind both staff, council, or all three council, public speakers, and staff that we have interpretation services, so I need you guys to speak very clearly into the microphone and maybe slow down a little bit so they can get all of what you say. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. My name is Krista Delatorre, and I am here on behalf of IFPT Local 21. We represent many of the wonderful staff here at the City of San Jose, including our engineers and architects with the Planning and Building Department. So the recommendations outlined by the CED audit are a great first start, and we are glad the city is addressing the importance of robust long-term staffing strategies and the impacts we have to residents when we are not properly investing in our workforce. However, if the city truly wishes to improve the issues with staffing this department, the audit recommendations need to go a little further to include goals for insourcing work, hiring experienced staff, and specific retention goals as well. Using consultants to augment existing staff again and again and again for up to 5 years has, through contracts, has left divisions in the department in some instances with a 50% vacancy rate, which is much higher than our city averages, and that also repels job applicants. Without strong retention strategies as well, efforts to recruit become futile. Hiring new untrained employees to replace more experienced employees is like trying to bail a leaky boat with a drinking glass. When city staff leave, they take invaluable knowledge with them. So we also need to take a hard look at the wages and benefits that PBC offers and ensure that they are truly competitive so that we can keep our talented staff in-house. In sum, I urge the council to not only direct the department to follow the recommendations set forth by the audit, but to recommend the union suggestions as well to 1, conduct market studies for our plan reviewers, 2, hire trained recruiters to help staff up the department, 3, offer retention and recruitment pay, and 4, develop stronger timelines for insourcing the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kia Gudarzi. I'm an associate engineer plan reviewer in the building department. I'm a proud member of AEA Local 21 Union. I live in San Jose Cambrian Park area, District 9. I live in 1-bedroom apartment which has rent control with my family. Otherwise, I couldn't afford to live around this area. Historically, all plan review work has been done in-house by city employees, using consultants to augment existing staff again and again and again for up to 5 years, leave division, the department in some instance with 50% vacancy rate. The fewer people there are on staff, the less likely is that a job applicant will want to work in the department. The city is perpetuating a doom loop from which it is increasingly difficult to exit. IFPTE 21, the union representing the city associate and senior engineer, has been attempting to address this problem for quite some time. The city needs to go further and include goals for retention and hiring highly trained staff as well. Hiring new, untrained employees to replace more experienced employees is like trying to bail a leaky boat with a drinking glass. We also need to take a hard look at whether the wages and benefit that PBC offer are truly competitive. I urge the council to direct the department to follow the recommendations set forth by audit as well as the union suggestion to 1, conduct market study for our plan reviewers, hire recruiters, and 3, offer retention and recruitment pay, among other tactics. Thank you.
Paul, followed by Brian.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. One of the questions that I've been asking, that's been a standing question, is how these units are taxed. how is this additional resource that is attached to a home, which by extension is going to increase the property value? I mean, there's just no way around it. Inherently, you are going to profit, and that addition is going to pay for itself in equity, probably within a couple of years, and that's it. The rest is clear profit. And so there's only certain people, certain homeowners that have the capacity to do this. The regular renter is not going to do something like this. It's going to be the so the question around the tax in this context could be assessed, and maybe an additional tax can be levied onto at the time of the signing, so that those monies can fortify the hiring of additional staff. I mean, there's a resource here. So thank you, Joe, for the report. Once again, it's very your reporting is always clear, concise, and very objective and easy to process.
Brian?
Thank you. I would like to, you can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to reiterate what the other speaker said and what the audit says. I would wish that they would listen to the audit. Consultants have a valuable place, but it lacks the commitment and the quote unquote continuity of government, especially in issues that are not super well, they're political, but housing situations and the planning and where homes are going to get put, urban villages, all the other stuff that goes along with it, without having a committed, somebody who actually has a little skin in the game helps out a lot, for lack of a better phrase. But again, just follow what the audit spells out. It's pretty basic, simple, not simple, but it's very clear as mostly all the time when there's audits done. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have a number of hands on this audit report. We'll start with Councilmember Torres.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Joe, for the audit. So a complaint that my office gets, and I'm sure my colleagues will agree, is the backlog of the plan of review by building. So, Chris, I also appreciate your efforts in addressing this issue and recognizing the challenges that we face, right? Especially amongst our city staff. So I want to delve deeper into our staffing situation, right? I want to get a better understanding. Over the past decade, PBCE has consistently relied on consultants. Despite this long period, why has the department not been able to fully staff up, leading to the continued reliance on peak staff and consultants?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll start, and then I'm going to hand it over to Lisa to dive in a little bit more on the details. So obviously, the world continues to change around us. So currently, as a department, our vacancy rate sits at right around 18%. But we have some key positions throughout the department where we've seen chronic vacancy over a number of years. But really, we've seen an uptick in some of those sort of critical vacancies over the last 3 years. Of particular note is the associate engineer position in the building permit process, right? So the people, as permits come into the building, that are reviewing plans and moving those projects through the process. This is not a San Jose specific challenge, right? It's an industry-wide issue, and one that we're acutely aware of as we talk to partner cities and peer cities throughout the country. It's something that we've been working to address now for a couple of years. We've actually had an open recruitment on associate engineer for over 18 months. There's been around 10 recruitments over the last 2 years just for that position alone. And I think within that period, we've had, I think, 4 successful hires through all of those recruitments. So it's an ongoing challenge. It's one that we're aware of, and it's one that we have to address in a number of different ways. So firstly, we'll continue to do the work. We're working really closely with the city manager's HR department to really focus on how we recruit for those positions. But we're also starting to think creatively around how we can look to grow that pipeline ourselves in partnership with local institutions like San Jose State, but then also looking at different positions that will provide a pathway for employees to take on those types of roles. I'm handing it to Lisa to maybe give a little bit more context on what we're hearing from other cities.
And Chris, before you pass it over, we do include IFPT 21 when we're having these conversations, right? So we do include our bargaining units when in these conversations or at the table?
We do. I mean, we're constantly talking to our bargaining units within the department, discussing these issues. Obviously, we're looking at all resources on how we hire, so it's an ongoing conversation with our staff as we think about opportunities to think differently around the challenges that we face. Our priority as a department is to continue to fill the vacancies that we have. We know that we're a value-add business. The value that we add to the process is through the capacity that our staff has. So we're really focused on not just hiring to fill vacancies, but supporting our existing staff and giving them the capacity and the resources that they can do their job, right? And that's really how we've structured our approach.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, what Chris said, it's not a San Jose issue. We're partners with member organizations throughout California and throughout the country, and everything you hear is that everybody is having the same issue recruiting and retaining qualified people. As Chris mentioned, we've had quite a few recruitments. We do get quite a few applicants, but there's a lot of different engineering fields, and so they're not all suited for what we do in building, for reviewing buildings. We have tried to speed up the recruitment process as much as possible to not leave people waiting and waiting and waiting and they find something else. We do it as quick as we can. But they're applying lots of places. They have lots of opportunities. Some of them that we've offered positions to have simply just gone with other departments within the city, not necessarily outside the city. So we continue to look at different ways to recruit and to get the knowledge out there. We are bringing on a few more engineer 1-2 positions to help create that pipeline, utilizing San Jose State and just kind of the younger generation to train them and bring them in. But it's very hard for our staff when you see you have, this time last year, 400 overdue projects just waiting for you to get to. Right, it's really daunting and it's really hard to deal with, so we utilize what we have to, the contract staff, the peak staffing, to help bring that down, to help give our team that room to breathe and do the reviews and the job they need to do while we continue to recruit to fill the permanent positions.
Okay, yeah, the million-dollar question, right? Retention. How do we retain folks? When it comes to staff retention, speaking about that, I'm curious about the reasons people choose to leave the city. If wage and workload are significant factors, could you provide insight into the competitive wage range necessary for our city to not only retain its workforce, but also compete effectively with other cities and private firms?
So I think we'll have to come back with that information, but I can share that the staff that we have lost in the past few years has been for retirement, for life decisions. People's spouses get jobs elsewhere and they need to leave, and just they've decided to take a career change. They're not necessarily leaving for another jurisdiction or another city.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, I'm interested in understanding the distinctions between roles performed by consultants and city staff within PBCE. I asked this at, was it CED or PISFIS we heard this? Sorry.
CED.
Thank you. Thank you. I sit on a few, so I'm a former union organizer, and so when I hear that we're contracting out or we're having consultants do the work, right, that kind of, rattles my cage a little bit and my soul. How is the workload balance between these two groups, and are there specific roles that differentiate between them?
Council member, sorry, the Chu Chen, Assistant Director for Planning and Building Code Enforcement. If I may answer maybe overall this peak staffing question, I feel responsible for the peak staffing overall. San Jose hired me as a chief building official since 2011. we implemented peak staffing program in 2012. The main reason we do that is not using the consultant or contractor to augment our resource. The concept behind, since I started 2011, just went through the deep recession. Building staff got laid off almost 30%. We have a really challenge to ramping up the resource because the economy go up so fast. So that's the time we decide we need to keep our core staff safe. Otherwise, every time our business follow the economy go up and down. We can't just lay off people every time the economy goes down, and it will happen again. So our strategy at the time is we want to keep our core staff safe. We train every new staff, we want to keep that. Whenever economy goes down, we have a cushion. Cushion is what? We use retiree rehire. We use the peak staffing to augment the peak workload. So I have to be honest, even we fill all the vacancy, the peak staffing is still there because we can never project the workload when we're going to exceed that or when the workload will suddenly drop. We do not want to let anybody go. We spend so much effort to train people, and we can never hire people fast enough. So that's the reason, the base on why we implement the peak staffing since 2012. And then become, I think, are we sharing the same value, the way I look at it? When I see the developers say, time is money, in a way that's true, because the bigger project, major developer, if their project delay for a week to a month, there will be millions of dollars involved. And the economy is gonna go down with them. If we delayed another week or another month for the affordable housing developer, either they cannot meet their deadline, or will lose affordable housing project. For the small business and the homeowner, that's their life saving. They cannot open the store, they're gonna close. We cannot allow the project backlog back to 60 days, 70 days, 80 days without doing anything. So really that's the peak staffing supposed to augment that peak time, especially Lisa's team, full speed, we never stop hiring anybody. The recruitment continue hiring the best we can find. But our goal is once we fill our core staff, which were not there, we have never intended to say replacing our staff with the peak staffing. That's not the case. Thank you.
Great, no, thank you. I totally get that. And I just hope that we're using our retirees or folks who, you know, who have retired from our city, right, and they're doing the work. And I know some of them move on to be a consultant, and we use them too, but I really want to make sure that we are using our retirees, right? Because again, as a former union organizer, when I hear contracting out or et cetera, right, it just doesn't sit well with me, right? And lastly, ensuring the successful implementation of the recommended improvements. Can you elaborate on the administration's plan for collaboration with PBCE? I'm interested in understanding the strategies and actions that will be taken to ensure we're retaining the wonderful staff we have here in the city while also recruiting more staff as well. And that's my last question.
Thanks, Councilmember. So obviously, it's part of our ongoing management framework to really focus on how we continue to develop and support our employees. Step one with that has really been how do we continue to create an environment where they can do their best work. I will tell you, this time a year ago, you know, when we were significantly behind, the number one complaint I personally received from customers, developers of all types was, you know, I called the department, I can't get a response, I don't know where my project was. And part of that challenge is related to staffing, the overwhelming numbers in projects that were coming through the door. The challenge is it was putting, as Lisa mentioned, an incredible amount of pressure on our staff, right? So every second call was just somebody saying, where's my project? How do I, and it's taking away from their ability to actually do the work. So there's a number of different ways we're addressing that to really get after the customer service aspects within the department. We've created a customer success team, which will in part deflect some of that inbound inquiries so that we can provide more information up front to customers. So we're creating a better environment. And then, as I said earlier, we're continually working with HR to understand where we sit from a compensation standpoint, working with our bargaining units to understand the needs of our workers, to ensure that we're maintaining our staff, that we're retaining them in a really successful way, because they are the key value add to our process.
Great. Thanks, Council Member. Go to Councilor Candelas.
Thank you, staff, Joe, and your team for the presentation and the audit. I'm excited at the prospect of the Best Prepared Designer program and the ADU Ally and the SJE Plans platform to see how we can expedite or reduce the permit processes within our city. I know firsthand from my family's heating and air conditioning business how important it is to not only reduce the red tape and be innovative in our approach to allow permits to get out the door and to actually get the work done. But in the audit, I do have some concerns with our vacancy rates. As Councilmember Torres mentioned, we had kind of similar recommendations in previous years, 2014, 2016, 2020, with staffing issues. They've told us so we need to staff up, and we need and that our department's chronically understaffed. Yes, we need to do a better job of recruiting, retaining. We should also have a robust fellowship, and I'm excited that we're going to be working with San Jose State to try to see how we can improve that pipeline. But I hope that conversation extends, to Santa Clara, to Stanford, all schools within the vicinity of 20 miles that could help us with our workload. And while the temptation to rely on outside contractors may seem expedient, and it is essential to work, there's long-term implications with that, and there's strains that it places on our workforce with institutional knowledge, with financial constraints that places on us. So that being said, I know the audit mentioned the city staff and our contractors need to do a better job of coordinating, essentially, and in order to prevent duplicative work and efficiency. Has using the contractors or peak consulting increased the amount of administrative work that we're placing on our actual staff? Question for Chris.
Fight over it. Thank you for the question. Assigning projects to our peak staffing consultants and managing that is very similar to managing the associate engineers within our team. Assigning projects and monitoring what comes in and the statuses. So it should not be an additional burden on the staff for the peak staffing.
Okay.
Councilmember, I'll just add to that slightly. So one of the other critical vacancies we have in the department right now is we have a vacancy for division manager over our plan review group. So again, that's a pivotal role in being able to sort of manage the flow of work and ensure that our staff have the resources. That's a position that we prioritize the hiring. We have an outside recruiter working on that one right now. So yeah, I think the other thing we've done is we've included a program manager within building plan review now that's sort of helping manage and organize some amount of the administrative work around the peak staffing contracts to ensure that our existing staff, again, have the space to focus on what they need to do.
Okay, good. So we're threading that needle carefully, right? And that's good. I know we're having retention issues with our police department as well. And from a couple months ago, we got a report, and we're standing up an interdepartmental work group with the city manager's office, with the appropriate departments, the employee relations. It's my hope that we can kind of do something similar in PBCE, since we've had such historical vacancies, or we explore something like that to see how we can improve our hiring policies or see what we can do to bolster our folks. Because if we're doing it and trying to be innovative with our police department, I know there's folks in planning and building that would appreciate that same attention. and to bring, you know, the brain power or the institutional knowledge of the city manager's office to be able to help with that. So Jennifer, I would love your feedback on that.
No, we actually have been meeting, and as Chris is nodding his head, there's regular stand-ups weekly in our office for those hard-to-fill positions and others across the city. So we have done a little bit more of a deeper dive on the police department, but we've done a pretty darn deep dive on some of the positions in planning, building, code enforcement, and we're continuing to work at that. And again, trying to figure out that pipeline. How do we reach out to registered engineers? How do we get in the right people? How do we go deeper down into San Jose State and create that partnership so we can get it right into the city, since they're right across the street, and providing those opportunities. So point well taken, and we are actively working on that.
Okay, great. That's all for now. And I guess thank you, Joe, and your team for the audit. I know we have a lot of work to do, but you know, I'm optimistic, and I'm hoping we can see those vacancies reduce. And I mean, we've showed our workforce that we're willing to invest in them, and now we just we have to go out and get them. We got to go find employees to fill our vacancies. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And first, I just want to thank our city's auditor, Joe, for your great work, your continuous great work for your audits. I also want to thank Chris and the entire PBCE department for just always collaborating with my office, and I know that you have the best interests of our families in the city of San Jose as heart. Working with my team to address the concerns that have kind of arisen from this report. As a council member, the working conditions of our city's employees are among my top areas of focus. I recognize that the success of our city depends on the effectiveness of our workforce, and as such, I remain committed to supporting and advocating for the city's employees here from the dais when these issues arise. We've received some reports that in situations, employees have expressed concerns about the use of consultants. I wanted to see if PBCE could just respond to this question. Could you provide more information about how peak staffing works? And are there measures in place to prevent the overuse of consultants?
Yeah, thanks, Council Member. It's a good question, and one that we're hyper aware of. I think it's important to give you a sense of scale when we talk about kind of what's moving through our pipeline in any given year. So our plan review group consists of 18 full-time positions. As we've said, we're about 30% vacancy right now. So we have 6 vacancies, 12 people in positions. Between January 1st and December 1st of this year, we've processed or received 5,884 applications through that group. It's a considerable body of work. And when you think that ranges from somebody's single-family addition or alteration all the way up to a multifamily project, or a high-rise potentially, or a large commercial office building, it's a huge volume of work. So when we suffer from sort of that chronic vacancy, it's really about how do we balance that workload and ensure that we're not overstretching our staff. When you look at where our numbers were at the start of the year, as we said, we were about 400, we had 400 projects with overdue comments. What that meant for those 400 applications is they were on average 65 days out past our due date on receiving their comments. So these are people, they're homeowners who've got loans, they're developers who are trying to finance projects, and their timelines are just getting blown because we're behind so much, and there's a lot of pressure coming in the building. As we look at that today, we're under 45 projects with overdue comments. Our average response time for single-family alterations and additions is about 3 weeks. So we've brought that down a long way. We're still not at our goal. We're still sort of not meeting our targets internally and our customers' expectations. But the only way we've been able to do that and improve those working conditions for our employees is through the use of peak staffing. Now, the vast majority of projects that have gone through peak staffing contracts are smaller single-family projects because really where we see the focus of our department and the focus of our team is ensuring on those big projects, those key projects, that we're moving them through with our employees. But it's really about that balance to ensure that we can meet the expectations of our customers, not overstretch the department, not overstretch our team. Now, obviously, that seems like a lot of projects. We are not in peak times. This has been a relatively slow year by comparison. The intent, as Chu was mentioning, of peak staffing is for our ability to meet demand as that demand increases over time. Right now, we're just using it to fill the gap. Now, obviously, we're highly aware of where we're at from an operational performance standpoint. So as we see us catch up, we'll start to reduce our reliance on peak staffing. It's something that we're constantly managing on a weekly basis to understand where we're at, where our permits are at, where our timelines are at, so we can make those decisions in real time and not sort of find ourselves in a situation where we're pushing projects out the door that could be handled by our staff internally.
Okay.
Can I also, sorry, just clarify that of the 5,800 some odd projects he mentioned, only 13% have gone to peak staffing.
Okay, that's good to know. And I appreciate the department's concern with wanting to make sure that we're not overworking staff and meeting deadlines. So, given that we are essentially utilizing these peak staff contractors or consultants to do this work, has the thought come before the department that are we losing sight of the need to focus on restoring full capacity of the department? Are we becoming too reliant on the consultants?
Yeah, definitely not. So hiring has been a huge priority for us as a department. I think we lost a little bit of ground in the last month. We were actually down we'd halved our vacancy over the space of a year. And as Lisa mentioned, there's a lot of work that's been going on around our process to ensure that we're reducing the time to hire, so we're not leaving applicants out there and missing the opportunity to hire when we do. As we said, with the associate engineer position in particular, it's been on constant recruitment pretty much for the last year and a half. As we continue to dig in with the city manager's office with Jennifer Shembri and her team, it's really about how we think differently about those hires, how we market differently, how we look in different locations, how we look for different support, but it's all about how do we fill those positions and ensure that we have the in-house staff to meet demand.
Okay. I join my colleagues in their concern regarding the vacancies within the department. Are we, as we talk about vacancies, all these conversations, are we actively engaging in the staff union as we explore opportunities and options?
Yeah, so as I noted, we are in constant conversation. I always think there's more that we can do. There's always more opportunities to explore new and original ideas as we look for opportunities to fill the vacancies. So I think it's a conversation we'll continue to work on and look for those opportunities to engage as best we can.
Thank you. I have a question for somebody in the audience. Krista De La Torre, if you could join us down here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Krista. Obviously, we've asked a lot of questions. One I think that I'd like to hear your thoughts on was if the staff union is being consulted in regards to these discussions regarding the vacancies, the discussions around peak staffing and the consulting out. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on some of the answers and questions asked here today.
Yeah, I think what Chris said about engaging us in new ways, I think that would be really helpful. There's been a couple of concerns that have come up in the last year alone about exactly how consultants are relied upon, and we frankly find that there's an overuse, and we have this sort of doom loop that we've been referring to in the planning and building department, where it's extremely hard to insource work when there is a constant reliance of contractors. It's really hard to incentivize people to want to work in an environment where they might not always get control over the work that comes in, or they have to dedicate a lot of their time on administrative work for the contractors and helping the contractors engage in systems that they might not have access to for assignments, for the permits. I think this might be more of a a subject of closed session, but I know there's been a unfair labor practice charge that we issued earlier this year, and we're trying to look to settle with the city on it, and we've introduced ways for us to improve staffing, retention, ways to beef up the hiring practices here. So we would be really interested in re-engaging those conversations instead of wasting money on legal fees through going through PERB, and that could take years as well before we see these issues resolved. So I think there has been what I think is minimal engagement, so I'm excited to potentially have a lot more engagement with the union on these issues.
That's great. So you would say, my first question was, do you feel you guys are being engaged? So you said there's minimal engagement, you'd like to see more, essentially.
Yeah, and that's, I would say that's correct. And I think that's why we had filed unfair labor practice charges. We didn't get ample notice of 9 contracts that went out last year, and there was no discussion about what the impacts to our workforce would look like. Okay.
Thank you. I'm not permitted to talk about the ULP, but I appreciate your other points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you, Joe and team, for all your work on this audit and making it possible for us to have this discussion today. Very much appreciate it, and all your recommendations. And then, Chris, I appreciate that all but one recommendation are green. And that some of them are already partially implemented. Before I get into the rest of my comments, I want to thank Lisa and Chu specifically for all your work over the last 2 or 3 years with my chief of staff when we've had projects in my district that have hit snags. It's very helpful to be able to have someone responsive to call to help us unravel those snags and get things moving again. I very much appreciate that. I want to talk specifically about two issues, and then I have some other broad questions for you, Chris, and you can pass these to Lisa or Chu as they're appropriate. Specifically for making the assignments to contractors more timely to be able to meet the timelines. Has that changed already? And I understand, we've sort of, I think, beat the issue to death already about contractors and staff, but how are you handling those assignments now?
Thank you. Back at this time last year, we were so far overdue with so many overdue projects. It didn't really matter if we assigned them right away or not. We weren't going to get to them. Just because they were assigned didn't mean they were going to be reviewed right then. So it wasn't really a priority at the time to make sure they were reviewed immediately. Now that we've been able to make a ton of ground on that front, we're able to have all projects assigned, whether it's in-house or to the peak staff, by the end of the week that they come in.
Great, thank you. Very much appreciate that change. And then how is the change, or has the change been implemented about having meetings either in person or over Zoom to minimize multiple comment rounds?
So that's underway. We will be writing a standard operating procedure for the team to follow that clearly spells out when these types of meetings should be happening, so that everybody, all of our reviewers, are on the same page.
Thank you. And that actually brings up a sort of a sub point for me. There was a discussion about the department's policies and procedure hub and having things posted on there. I don't want to assume, but how else are you communicating that, and how are you checking up that's actually being followed by staff?
That's been the problem. And why I believe the Policy and Procedure Hub was created is each division within PBCE had their own policies and procedures, and it was kind of word of mouth and who had the most recent copy and who didn't. And so now they're all being reformatted, re-looked at. There's a annual or triannual, it depends on the policy, like audit procedure to make sure it's still relevant. There's a link to it on every single one of our SharePoint sites. The most important at the time or newest policies linked to get to, and we just constantly repeat, look at the P2 hub, look at the P2 hub, that's where the information is.
Yeah, Councilmember, I'll just add to that. So obviously, step one was implementation of a centralized repository of all the information, right? When you look at our turnover rate as a department, the time in position and time with the department has come down drastically over the last few years. And so we need to ensure that we're retaining institutional knowledge within the department. So step one, write it all down, right? Get it in a place where it's organized, where we review it, where it's the current information, and where everybody can find it. Step two now is how do we implement that as part of our training and development plan? So this is a sort of an ongoing process with all of our supervisors and managers to ensure that they're using P2 Hub as that sort of backbone as an ongoing training plan. It's also being baked into our onboarding process for new employees so that they have an understanding of where the information is, how they can find it. So we're getting them up to speed quickly and that they have access to all the knowledge they need.
Great. I appreciate that. And then in terms of that policy and procedure hub, I know you, Director of PBCE, there are other departments that are involved in these kinds of reviews. I know there's Public Works, there's Fire, potentially DOT. I don't know if ESD is involved at all, but I've heard that there are also pain points with transferring information, and there was something about the recommendation about just, routing the information, but in terms of communication amongst the departments, who's in charge of that? Is there a project manager? Is the planner the sort of the project manager, and how does that communication work? And if there's pain points, that's something that I'd like to know about now so that we can talk about that with the city manager.
Yeah, so that has been an ongoing and long conversation for some time, right? Is how do we ensure that we've got a good flow of information between sort of parallel departments that are all completing review at the same time. One of the big steps in the right direction is the implementation of our new technology system in the background, so project docs or SJE plans as you see it. So now all plans are getting routed within the same sort of project management software essentially across the teams. So it allows us much more visibility at where those choke points are and what the challenges are. As far as to your question about sort of what's the process, who's in charge, that's where we still have some work to do to ensure that we're sort of coordinating better. As we continue to implement the new system, I think this is the point at which we're asking the questions on how we work now that we have a new technology solution in place. And so that's part of our plan on sort of deployment and rollout as we continue to look at this. How do we then kind of adjust the roles and responsibilities so that we're meeting customer demand in an appropriate way?
Okay, thank you. So that kind of leads into, I noticed that not only are all of these green, except one is yellow, but the timelines for these are all June, September, December. There's a lot of recommendations. This is a big body of work. Are you really able to get all these done in the timeline that you're talking about?
So I will acknowledge that as a department, we have more open audit recommendations than any other department in the city. And so I understand the concern. I think, as we've stated, this is work that was underway. It aligns very closely with some of the significant changes that have been underway sort of in this post-COVID environment as we've continued to change our service model. So I'm actually really confident that we can implement these changes over the next calendar year. Like I said, it's in line with a lot of the work that we already have underway.
Thank you. I just want to point out, I understand that these will close out, like the Amanda recommendation number 11 is basically you're saying you agree, and the timeline is to get it onto the work plan with IT as opposed to actually have it implemented. So I just want to be clear that, we've just had a long discussion at orders of the day that putting something on the work plan doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get done in a timely manner. So I'd really appreciate not closing out a recommendation for implementation of something just because it's put on the work plan. And there were a couple of comments on green and target date of implementation, but it looked like the comment was about putting it onto a work plan. So I just want to be clear about that my expectation for something being done is to actually implement the thing as opposed to put it on a work plan to implement the thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Davis. I appreciate that point and very much agree. We're on to Councilmember Batra.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the permitting or PBCE's work is one of the few which determines the satisfaction of many, many people, especially during, I think, the pandemic. Your number of requests for trying to make changes to their homes probably skyrocketed. And that's the time when your staff levels also decline to probably the lowest level. So there is an imbalance created. I think your focus on trying to get your staffing level back to the where you need to be, I really appreciate the fact that you've taken this opportunity to actually streamline your processes, which take out the time altogether out of it, like the Best Designer program, because on number of hundreds of projects probably are now going to take zero amount of time from the planning department, close to that. And no amount of efficiency would have given us that kind of an impact. So I think streamlining in that direction and then taking the automation, which your intake of the plans, those are going to be, or beginning to already show impact in terms of the satisfaction of the people. The question I have for you is, Chris, in terms of the staffing level which you have been projected or you have been approved to have, if you were able to hire all those, considering your workload which has continued to increase because of the ADUs and the newer things, if that level is still a satisfactory level, or that is still not a level where you really need to be considering the workloads which have been presented to you?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Council Member. I think, it's something that we're acutely aware of on two sides. One, we have to meet demand and the expectations of our customers. And two, we're a fee-funded department. So it's a constant balancing act to ensure that we have a good sense of what's coming in the pipeline from a development standpoint, to ensure that we have the right number of staff available against what's actually going on with market forces. So as we look at the sort of economy moving forward, we know that there are big projects are definitely slowing down. So it's something that we have to keep a constant eye on. That's why we've taken a very direct look at operational performance measures. That's sort of in part why we're using our customer service charter as a benchmark for our managers to understand where their levels are at, so we can staff up appropriately through the budget process.
Thank you for that. Now, and I think your focus on trying to develop special programs based on the special needs, like you have a different process for the ADUs, you have a different process now for the small extensions and renovations, and soon you're going to be having a special process for the soft story. And so those type of things, I think your attention is really going to help us meet the needs. And I think your efforts to shift the responsibility or the work back to the people who are designing these things. I think you can call it crowdsourcing in a way, right? So you're getting all that work done. So I think those efforts are likely to produce a big deal of benefit, and they're continuing to show. So I thank you for working on those innovation and technology solutions. I have a question regarding your website, which is your primary tool for communication with the community. And there are recommendations made about improving your thing. Now, Councilmember Davis also pointed out that it's on the work plan doesn't mean it's an implementation date. So in terms of, have you figured out how you're going to get there? Because it's not a matter of your technical content. It's really the ease of use, if you want to call it. And I don't know if you have that inside expertise, you're planning on going outside to get that. So somehow that has to be kept in mind, because that's not PBC's primary expertise to have the ease of use of those screens, okay?
Yeah, thanks, Council Member. We're incredibly fortunate to have a small but mighty communications team of 3 that support all of our communications, from coordination with members of the press, as well as our website and a lot of our outwardly facing public information. It is something that we're currently working on in-house. You will actually start to see on some of our websites, some of those changes have already occurred. Some of them starting now in building. You'll see a lot of them in code enforcement have already occurred. One of the challenges, I think, is that I'm led to believe that we, as a department, apparently own about 25% of all the pages on the city website. We post a huge amount of information, and then when you think about the SJ permits platform as well, there's a lot there that we have to manage with that small resource. So it's one of prioritization, focusing on where we're getting the most impact and the most return on that investment. So especially around the building programs right now, with the deployment of SJE plans, ensuring that we have really good information that allow people to successfully upload their plans, successfully start their application is critical, because that's speeding that process. It's removing that anywhere between 30 and 90 days of just to get an appointment to submit your application. But we need to make sure that that is a seamless transition for people who are accessing that portal and submitting their plan. So that's our focus right now, but we do have a broader work plan on improving our communications across the entire department's website.
Okay. The last comment about the translation recommendation you have, I think you need to look at the other cities where because you got a lot of technical material, a lot of it may never be referred by anybody, and it's always good to say that we have done translation of so many documents, but if those documents are not going to get referred, you have a lot of other stuff to do. So the translation activity needs to be taken very carefully, the scope of work. It can be a lot of work if you want to do it, but it also could be that you really find the impactful pages which need translation, and that way you minimize your amount of work and maximize the value of it, right? So thanks for keeping the direction going on, and I like the direction you're on with the innovation, and especially the specific programs you're designing based on the need and the volume. Okay. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. I could be mistaken, but I did not hear a motion. Oh, we have Vice Mayor Kamei. Maybe you'd like to make the motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation to accept the report.
Second.
Great. Thank you. Not seeing any other hands. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres? Yes. Cohen? Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dwan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Cohen?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you. Okay. We are now going to convene the successor agency to the redevelopment agency to the city of San Jose, lovingly known as SARA. Under that convening, we will be taking up items 3.4, 3.5, and 9.1. They will be heard concurrently but voted on separately. We will have a joint 10-minute presentation led by Rick Bruno, our Director of Finance, that will cover all 3 items, but again, we will vote on them separately. Rick, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council, Rick Bruno, Director of Finance. This year, the annual audit was conducted by Macias, Guinea, and O'Connell. I'll refer to them as MGO. And joining me in making the presentation today is Victor Lode, Deputy Director over the city's accounting division, and David Bullock, partner at MGO. This presentation combines 3 separate items on today's agenda: 3.4, the annual comprehensive financial report; 9.1, the successor agency's audited financial statements; and 3.5, auditor's report on those charged with governance. We will take questions at the end of the consolidated presentation for these 3 items. Agenda for today's presentation includes an overview of the city's annual comprehensive financial report, overview of Sarah's financial statements, and we'll conclude with a report to those charged with governance. As part of the last item, David Bullock will share the independent auditor's report, the accounting standards implemented during the fiscal year, and the audit results. I will provide the management's response to the audit results and conclude the presentation. As not to hold everyone in suspense on the audit results, I'm happy to share that the fiscal year 22-23 audit is the second consecutive year the city has received no findings. I want to recognize the finance department, the city attorney's office, the city manager's office, department leadership, and fiscal staff, and MGO's audit team for their contributions towards a successful and timely audit. Thank you for your commitment and teamwork. The city has 22 audits and/or engagements with MGO. The majority of those are completed between the period of September and November. In addition to the city's annual comprehensive financial report, MGO audits the standalone financials for the city's component units, that being the airport, Sarah, and San Jose Clean Energy. MGO also audits the convention center, cultural facilities funds, and the bond funds. This year, we completed the first standalone audit of the wastewater treatment system's financial statements, which was completed to ease the reporting compliance on the 2022 B wastewater revenue bonds that were issued in December of last year. Continuing on to the next slide are additional audits that we've completed. Additional engagements include the library parcel tax, investment program compliance, South Bay water recycling, BEBA, and deferred comp plans. The annual single audit is still in production, and an informational memo will be provided to council once completed. This will be prior to the March 31st, 2024 deadline for submission. So now I'll turn the presentation over to Victor for an overview of the city's annual comprehensive financial report.
All right, the annual comprehensive financial report, which is we call AFR, is the city's set of financial statements that compile with the accounting requirements established by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, which is GASB. It must be audited by an independent auditor using generally accepted government auditing standard. This year, AFR is 346 pages and organized into 4 major sections. Introductory section, financial section, required supplemental information, and statistical section. Right, statement of net position, which is part of the basic financial statement. It is located on page 25 of the AFR. Overall, the city's assets and liability remained largely stable from the prior fiscal year end, with improvement to the total net position. The total net position increased by $235 million from $3.98 billion to $4.216 billion. On the next slide, I will describe the drivers of the changes in more details. The statement of activity is located on page 26 of the AFR. Overall, the city's revenue experienced modest growth over last year, with most of the increase attributable to business type activity. Governmental activity, revenue remains mostly stable, marked by growth in property, sales, TOT, and business tax. There was significant year-over-year growth in the utility tax. However, this growth was counterbalanced by a notable decrease in real property transfer tax. On the governmental expenses, the increase year over year was primarily driven by pension and other post-employment benefit, OPEB. Business type activity revenue experienced a year over year increase of $207 million, primarily driven by the Clean Energy Department. The airport also saw a boost in revenue attributes to increased passenger activity. As for the business type expenses, the Clean Energy Department experienced the greatest increase, driven by higher electricity costs. Okay, next slide. This slide provides a specific GASB pronouncement. GASB, again, represents Governmental Accounting Standard Board, which we implement in this fiscal year or planning to be implemented in the future fiscal year. The GASB we implement in this fiscal year is GASB 91, Conduit Debt Obligation, 94, PPP, 96 is a subscription-based information technology arrangement. The future GASB implementation will be 99, Omnibus 2022, focus on the derivative instrument, 100, accounting changes and error correction, and 101, compensated absence. Now turn to the item 9.1, SARA audit financial statement for fiscal year 2022 and 23. First is the statement of the fiduciary net position. This is on the page 5 of the SARA audit report. The significant deficiency in net position held in trust, totaling approximately $1.075 billion, is primarily attributes to the outstanding 2017 senior and subordinate tax allocation bonds. Continuous enhancement of the net position is expected as a result of the ongoing repayment of the outstanding bonds, with the complete repayments anticipated by August 1st, 2035. The next is a statement of changes in fiduciary net position in SARA. You can find it on the page 6 of the SARA audit report. Additions, deletions, and changes in net position remain consistent with the amount from the prior year. A $103 million changes in net position results in a reduction, bringing the net position to negative $1.075 billion. Now I will turn the presentation over to David Bullard to provide an overall of MGO independent auditors report and the audit results.
Great, thank you, Victor. So for the sake of brevity, I'll quickly go over the results of the audit. We've issued unmodified opinions in both the city and the SARA's financial statements. And what we mean by unmodified is that there were no changes to the report, meaning we felt that the financial statements as presented were fairly stated. We use two sets of standards when we do our audits. We use generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards, both of which require us to do certain procedures and certain activities to ensure that the financial statements are free of any material misstatement. We included an emphasis of a matter, and that was to let you know that there's been some changes in relation to the implementation of new standards, which I'll cover on the next slide. And the report also contains responsibilities of both management for preparing the financial statements and our responsibilities as your auditors. I will point out that the auditor's report that's in the financial statements is only 4 pages, and management prepares the other 342. So really, this is a document prepared by the city, and we're expressing an opinion as to whether or not we believe that it's fairly stated. The standards that were implemented during the year was standard number 94, which is public-private and public-public partnerships, and really it relates to the arena facilities and the ice center. GASB changed the way that these kinds of arrangements are accounted for and presented in your financial statements, and so you might see some large receivables on the books to account for those arrangements. And then secondly, GASB 96 has to do with subscription-based IT arrangements, and these are long-term contracts that really should be accounted for as obligations on the books, much like the leases was last year. And so that required the city to record some liabilities on the books to demonstrate their commitment to repay those obligations for all subscription-based IT arrangements. And then finally, the third document that we've presented to you is the report to those charged with governance. And that's really our report to you as the governing body of the city. And it summarizes the results of the audit. So obviously our opinion is in the financial statements, but this goes a little more deeper into the audit and shares the results of the audit. So the first thing we're required to communicate is whether or not there was any significant or qualitative aspects to the audit. So we've already talked about the new standards that were implemented during the year, but we're also letting you know that the ACFR contains many estimates in the financial statements, things like reporting your investments at fair value, estimating the useful lives of your capital assets, the actuarial valuations that go into your pension and OPEB estimates. So those kinds of estimates are in your financial statements. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements, we did not have any material adjustments to the financial statements. There were 3 uncorrected misstatements, and those really have to do with timing. There are transactions that were either reported this year that should have been next year or vice versa. They were not considered material to the financial statements. I'm happy to report that there were no disagreements with management or any consultations or difficulties encountered during the audit. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that there is one more deliverable that we're required to complete, and that's the city's single audit, and that's the compliance audit of all the federal grants that the city receives.
Thank you very much, David. Management is happy to report that there were no new findings in this year's audit. The Finance Department attributes these extraordinary results to the following. We benefited from lower staff turnover. We had a number of staff members within our accounting function receive promotions and really work as a team to help each other grow into their roles this year. We planned and executed citywide fiscal year-end close training. We implemented a new ACFR annual comprehensive financial report automation software to assist consistency and transparency in mapping last year. This is our 2nd year using that software, so we did see some efficiencies in how quickly we can produce our reports. And finally, the formation of the city's, the Finance Department's Recovery and Grants team through the COVID years and continuing that has really benefited being able to complete our testing as it relates to our single audit. So that work will continue. And I will close it up there. Final slide, just thank you for your attention, and I'll turn it back to Mayor for any questions.
Great, thanks, Rick. Thank you to the auditors. Congratulations, Rick and Finance Department, on a 2nd consecutive year with no reportable conditions. That's fantastic, and I know your work is such that when it's going well, we don't necessarily hear much about it, and that's a good thing, but we do want to use this opportunity to thank you for the good work you're doing. We will go to public comment first, then come back to the council.
I have no cards for this item and no hands up.
Okay. That makes it easy. Apologies. Come back here. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you so much for the work and congratulations on a great 2nd year. I'd like to move acceptance of the report.
Second.
Okay, great. I don't see any other hands. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dwan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. May I have a motion on item 3.5?
So moved.
Second.
Second from Jimenez. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dwan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And finally, may I have a motion on item 9.1?
So moved.
Okay. Thank you. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres? Yes. Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dwan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you. We will now adjourn the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Jose and return to our regular agenda. And Rick is staying in the box because we are now on to item 3.6, which is the comprehensive annual debt report for the city of San Jose for fiscal year 22-23.
Yes, thank you. And for my final presentation of the day, I am joined by Chin-Yu Sun, Deputy Director over the Debt and Treasury Management Division, to present the Comprehensive Annual Debt Report for fiscal year 22-23. I'd like to thank Chin-Yu and the entire debt management team, the City Attorney's Office, and countless others that worked tirelessly to bring this report before you today. The debt management program encompasses the debt issuance activities, debt administrative activities, and financial advisory services for the city. The city's debt policy objectives are to minimize debt service and issuance costs, to maintain access to cost-effective borrowings, achieve the highest practical credit rating, and maintain full compliance. The pie chart represents the outstanding debt across all city departments as of June 30th, 2023. The city has $3.7 billion outstanding across general obligation, lease revenue, airport revenue, wastewater revenue, and Sarah's tax allocation bonds. The nearly $869 million in outstanding conduit housing bonds represents the housing bonds the city has issued on behalf of another borrower. The city also maintains a number of shorter-term variable interest rate financing tools to assist with capital needs. They're noted here, and next I'll turn it over to you to cover the debt activities for this past fiscal year.
Thank you, Rick. Fiscal year 2022-23, the city issued a total of $839 million in debt, including both long-term and short-term. And in addition to debt issuance, the finance team also worked on a number of other projects. Some of the most notable ones are listed up there. We executed a revolving credit agreement with JP Morgan for San Jose Clean Energy for a total amount of $220 million. We also extended the regional wastewater facility credit agreement with the Wells Fargo for another 3 years until 2026 for a slightly reduced amount of $200 million. And we also took a major undertaking, issued an RFP for the municipal advisory services, and then selected municipal advisory pools for a number of credits, including the general city, airport, environmental services, multi-housing, and clean energy, and land secured. We redeemed CFD numbers 6 and 10 in September, and as of right now, the city has no CFD debt outstanding. As Rick mentioned earlier, we had some multi-housing conduit debt. In order to issue those debt, we also held TAFR hearings for the city in order for those debt to be issued. Rating maintenance is a major part of my team's responsibility. We have responded to a number of rating agency surveillance inquiries, and I'm happy to report the city's general obligation debt maintained the same rating as before, as an AA1, AA+, and then AAA for 3 major rating agencies. The city's geodebt rating is slightly higher than the state of California, and then we are on par with the county of Santa Clara. This is a comparison of the city's geodebt rating with 11 other large cities in the nation. As you can see, city's geodebt rating is pretty high up there. We're just below San Antonio, and then tied with Phoenix and Austin. In addition to geodebt, the city also issues a variety of other debt, including lease revenue debt, enterprise revenue debt, and tax allocation debt for Sierra. This chart is a snapshot of a rating of all the outstanding debt except for GEO. As you can see, the debt ratings are pretty solid. They are at least single A or up. I want to note that in October 2023, we received upgrade from Fitch for the Sarah debt. Both the senior and subordinate and debt for Sarah have been upgraded by a notch. So 2024, 23 and 24, this is the year we're in. We're going to have a very busy year. In the pipeline, we have about $269 million in debt insurance planned. Some of them have been completed, including commercial paper, a portion of a commercial paper issuance for the airport, and two of them multi-family housing revenue bond, revenue obligation issuance. Currently, we are working on the refunding of airport debt issued in 2014. Other than those planned debt issuance, we have some major projects that we need to take on this year. Some of them are in progress. We have 3 requests for proposals planned for continuing disclosure services, arbitrage rebate services, and the debt management software. In addition to those requests for proposals, we are also going to looking at the feasibility of energy prepayment transactions when the calendar year 2024 starts. And we will also look at the potential issuance for additional general obligation debt for the remaining amount of Measure T. As we talked about the debt management objectives, in order to deliver those policy objectives, the debt team continue to be active in areas of issuance and debt administration and financial advisory services for the entire city. We try to maintain a strong and dedicated program to protect the city's financial interests, credit ratings, and long-term management of the debt portfolio. We also want to ensure the compliance with all the regulatory requirements from the local, state, and the federal governments. Finally, we ask the City Council to accept a comprehensive annual debt report for the fiscal year 22-23, and then we're open for questions.
Great, thank you both. Tony, let's go to public comment.
I'm just double checking. I have no cards and no hands.
Okay, great, thank you. Coming back to the council, Councilor Dewan.
I just moved to accept the report.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Second from Councilor Batra. I don't see any other hands. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres? Yes. Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis? Dwan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you again, Finance Department. We are on to item 3.7. This is amendment to Title 24 of the San Jose Municipal Code for a proposed responsible construction ordinance. Reminder that staff has recommended deferral. We do not have a presentation, as I understand it, or do we, Matt? No. Or you? No, okay. So we will go to public comment first. And this time we are discussing the substance of the responsible construction ordinance as well as timing, if folks would like. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to call a few names. Please come down. The security will show you where to sit after I call your name. First person who gets to the microphone begins speaking. I request everybody to say your first name so we know that your card has that you've spoken. So I have Lucilla Ortiz, Josh Rodriguez, Felwina Opizo Mondina, and Louise Auerhahn to begin.
This is Lucila with Silicon Valley Rising. I'm here in support of this item and want to remind you all that this applies for those who have a judgment against them. So that means that the case have already been heard in court and the developers, you know, in there have been found in court, again, to be guilty of wage theft. And so this is not a hearsay case. This is a final, and I hope that you will do the right thing by making sure that wage theft is not tolerated in the city. We've been waiting for 5 years to take action on this. Now is the time to do it.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, will Smith come down?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Felwina Opiso Mondina, a resident of District 5, and I am a member of the Santa Clara Wage Theft Coalition and the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants. I am here today to urge you to enact the Responsible Construction Ordinance without delay and to support the memo of Council Members Ortiz, Torres, Jimenez, and Davis so that more workers would be protected from retaliation. Wage theft is endemic in our county, and it victimizes the most vulnerable and marginalized in society. Just like in the caregiving industry, where Filipino caregivers are subjected to gross exploitation, robbed of their wages, and subjected to retaliation if they complain, construction workers are also subjected to wage theft and are victims of human trafficking, as we have seen in the Silvery Towers case. Letting bad actors in the construction industry get away with wage theft and retaliation harms our workers and also do not help create a level playing field for the majority of law-abiding construction employers. Please help our most vulnerable workers today. Vote for the Responsible Construction Ordinance and support the memo of Council Members Ortiz, Jimenez, Torres, and Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Eddie Wong, come on down.
Thank you very much. Once again, Will Smith with IBEW Local 332. I'm a representative for the Electricians Union. I represent over 3,500 members and families here in Santa Clara County. Many of them live right here in the city of San Jose. Why are we here today? It's because of 2017, the federal investigation against Job Torres for human trafficking, for exploitations of workers. The heinous crimes that he committed, it was slavery. I mean, we're talking about workers getting up day in and day out, putting in their honest 8 hours of work. We have a saying in the IBEW, 8 for 8. 8 hours of work for 8 hours of pay. These workers here were being forced to live in the type of conditions in a shipping containment. I couldn't imagine during the summer how hot it could be in there, or during the winter how cold it could be in there. I couldn't imagine those conditions. And if they wanted to complain or to say anything about it, there was threats that was going to go back home, threatening their family members back home. This is San Jose. I couldn't have ever imagined, I'm born and raised here, ever imagine hearing those types of conditions as a man of color, an African American, hearing that in 2017, people are being held to slave labor. Slave labor. Let that sink in. 2017. Now, obviously this didn't fall in this council's lap, but here we are today. Today you have an opportunity to adopt the RCO and make this right, where any type of contractor that takes that type of philosophy, a low road philosophy, they won't be able to complete their project. But that's only if they were convicted and they did not pay. Thank you for the opportunity. I know you guys are going to do what's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Maricon, come on down.
Proud member of Local 332, born and raised in San Jose resident. And I've been in the construction trade pretty much my whole life, since I was 20 till I'm 48 years old now. The first 10, 15 years I worked non-union, and I can say that exploitation and abuse of workers is the company norm. They try to get whatever they can out of a worker and use them, get them to work for lowest wage, work for free if they can, work late for free, start early for free. Until I joined the union, it was 2011, that's when my life changed. But before then, I was living wage to wage. Sometimes I had to decide if I would put food on the table or pay my bills. And sometimes I had to put food on the table, and that would cause an eviction, and I would have no place to live for me and my children. And working 2-3 jobs just to try to make ends meet in a city that's so affluent and well off. We shouldn't have that situation for just the regular workers. We should pay them what they're due and what they need. And if this wasn't just me, it's just many of the workers that I have been working with. The same scenario and situation has happened for most of them, except for the small few within probably a tight circle of the companies. But most of these companies, they abuse their workers on a regular norm. And I think there needs to be more oversight, more transparency, and more accountability towards these workers, towards these employers. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and Peter Camacho, come on down, and Ruth Silver Taub.
Hello, my name is Maricon Malimpan. I'm a member of Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants, and also the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition. Wage theft is such a widespread and heinous crime, and the coalition that I'm a part of, our recent report had found that 12,376 Santa Clara County construction workers have been victims of wage theft, robbed of $46 million, and that includes only the documented cases. And workers who have the courage to speak out are often re-victimized and face retaliation. And it's not only like bad for the workers, but also for these businesses. It's unfair for businesses who are committing wage theft or have unpaid judgments to still get jobs when there are other businesses that are really trying to play by the rules. So I really urge you to vote today to enact the Responsible Construction Ordinance without delay, and to support the memo from Council Members Ortiz, Torres, Jimenez, and Davis that would cover more job sites and protect workers from retaliation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Beth, come on down.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and the Council. Wow, that's loud. My name is Peter Camacho. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm an executive committee member of the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants, or PAWIs, and also part of the Santa Clara Wage Theft Coalition. I think, as all of you know, wage theft is an endemic issue statewide, within our county, and also within the city of San Jose. In our experience working with Filipino migrant workers, especially in the caregiving industry, we've seen the impacts that wage theft has on workers of color, immigrants, and working women as well. And we know that wage theft doesn't just impact the workers, but it also impacts their families, and it impacts the community at large. Maricon had already said, right, that there are thousands of workers in the construction industry that in this county have faced wage theft, right? And we know that the majority of employers are abiding to the laws and not committing wage theft, but there is a need for our city to do more to be able to protect and empower working people, to uplift responsible businesses who pay their workers fairly, and also to prevent and prosecute wage theft, because we know that there's a lot of retaliation, there's a lot of cases too where wage theft judgments are made, but the payments are like workers never receive a single penny. And so there needs to be more that we can do to actually ensure that there's real accountability to the employers that do commit wage theft. And so I urge you today to enact the Responsible Construction Ordinance and do it without delay, as well as supporting the memo from Council Members Ortiz, Torres, Jimenez, and Davis. We can really ensure to uplift the workers who are victims of wage theft, and also create the level playing field for the majority of law-abiding construction employers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Jason and Dr. Forrest Peterson and Danny.
Hello, Council and Mayor. Again, I'm Ruth Silvertobe, and I supervise the workers' rights practice at the Alexander Community Law Center. I'm on the county advice line and also coordinate the Wage Theft Coalition, and I'm legal service provider, co-chair of the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. As you have heard, wage theft is an epidemic in the construction industry. There's other violations as well that I hear about, such as health and safety, but the primary calls I get and people we see are victims of wage theft. I did want to say that this is not, as I said earlier, a very complex ordinance. Basically, all the parts are in place. The Labor Commission has a database. The worker gets a piece of paper that says judgment after the hearing. If the adjudication is in favor of the worker, what happens is that the Labor Commission walks over to the court or drives over to the court, records the judgment. And here, at the very beginning, the person who is seeking a permit merely says, we're not going to commit wage theft, and then at the end they say, we have not committed wage theft. It's really easy to prove. It's just a piece of paper, that's it. So there really isn't any problem. It's a very simple process, and the reason there aren't any wage theft violations in Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Milpitas is that this is a deterrent. And I also want to lift up the memo because right now it only affects 15,000.
Thank you. Your time. Next speaker.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Louise Auerhahn with Working Partnerships. First, thank you for hearing this item today, and thank you all for your commitment to do something about this crime and to do something to protect and empower workers. This ordinance, an early draft of it, was first introduced at the Rules Committee in January 2019 and was voted to move ahead to priority setting with an initial draft of the ordinance. Since then, it's come to Council and again, and Council has said it wanted to act, directed staff to move forward over and over, but it's been delayed again and again. And not delayed because of specific or substantive issues that were raised, not delayed because there was more work needed on the language, just kind of pushed to the back burner. So we're really happy that today it's coming forward. Because while it's been pushed to the back burner, Milpitas, Sunnyvale, Mountain View have all started and completed their process and adopted substantively similar ordinances, which did have developer and contractor outreach and did not run into any problems. Most recently, the spring of this year, as you all probably remember, this was at Council again, and Council directed staff to bring back an ordinance that would withhold certificates of occupancy until unpaid wage theft judgments were paid. And that's what the ordinance before you today does. So now's the time. Let's get this done. Thank you very much for all your work on this. Please support the ordinance and support the memo from Ortiz, Torres, Davis, and Jimenez, which helps to strengthen it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, honorable council members and mayor. My name is Dr. Forrest Peterson. I'm a research affiliate with the Center for Integrated Facility Engineering at Stanford University. As I mentioned earlier, I maintain my concrete labor union card as insurance against a bad economy. Also, as I mentioned, I worked on the RCO as part of my doctoral thesis. My research center was awarded that commendation. So the director has that commendation over their desk. Everybody who comes from around the world sits at that desk at Stanford, and this is the biggest research center. We have 36 researchers there, biggest research center in the world for construction engineering, sees that commendation, asks about it, and Dr. Fisher explains the entire, what we have here. Except Dr. Fisher doesn't know it's not done. He knows now. So when they give you that PhD, I guess they don't give it to you, they award it to you. They expect me to get something done. So when I go back and if Dr. Fisher says, hey, how come what's going on here? I have to have some kind of answer. And then the next question, they start asking about brick kilns in Bangladesh, which, you know, is just a whole nother level. So with the Wage Theft Coalition, I pulled the DLSE violation data and reviewed thousands of cases, finding what you've heard are the 12,000 Santa Clara County construction workers that have been victims, $46 million. That's $3,600 basically per worker. Some of these cases, they'll reach up $20,000, $60,000 per person per year. And the researcher who sits next to me, she asked me, how is that possible that you didn't notice that amount of money missing from your paycheck? But it's essentially skimming at that point. It's a very sophisticated skimming. It's not like a simple game, and it's not mistakes and clerical errors. It is a very purposeful approach to basically, I guess you could say, like a casino. You know, the house always wins. So with that, please vote yes for the responsible construction ordinance and the memorandum by Council Member Ortiz, Torres, Jimenez, and Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Chris, come on down.
Okay. Hello to the mayor and the San Jose City Council. My name is Beth Fisher, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. Our council includes construction workers that live in San Jose, that work in San Jose and throughout Santa Clara County, as well as San Benito. I've lived in San Jose for over 40 years, and I've witnessed firsthand how the high cost of living has driven so many people out of this area. They can no longer live in our city. The members of the building and construction trades bring years of robust experience, specialized skills, and dedication to the industry. It is vital that they are paid a fair living wage that allows them to remain in this area. I urge you to enact the responsible construction ordinance that will attract contractors that compete based on quality and ability rather than by underpaying workers. It will support working families with living wages and money that can be spent within our community and help people to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. I had no idea this was on the agenda. It's some compelling speech that I figured I'd throw a little bit of my perspective on. It sounds like all of these people that are committing this wage theft certainly are bad actors, and it sounds to me like you should pass this ordinance. I've not reviewed the ordinance or any of the documentation, but just by the compelling speech that we've heard, it sounds like this is the right thing to do for the city. But in addition to that, you know these people are bad actors. What else is the city looking at? Are they looking at these bad actors and avoiding paying taxes or any other obligations that any other legally run business would be required to uphold to? I think that should be looked at by the city as well. Or is the city going to allow these bad actors only to hold up to their wage obligations, but none of the other legal obligations that any other legal business should operate? So think about that for the future. Thank you.
I have 3 cards. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I have Josh, Jason, and Danny. I don't see anybody in the front row, which is why I'm repeating the names. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jason Hutton. I'm with Smart Local 104 Sheet Metal Workers. I was born and raised here. I am 4th generation. I'm currently raising my 5 children. They are the 5th generation from right here in San Jose, California. I am one of the few combat veterans that are in my trade and currently residing in the city. United States Army uses mill vans, Connexes, to basically move all their equipment around. I can't even imagine human beings living in these. I know a lot of my points have already been talked about before, so I'm just going to say please vote yes. This keeps and protects workers' rights. It promotes ethnic practices, supports law adherence, and most of all, it's community trust. Let's bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Danny Mangan. Again, I spoke earlier. I represent sprinkler fitters, Local 483. But, you know, not just Local 483. I mean, I represent sprinkler fitters in all over in the state of California. I'm actually an organizer. And, you know, I deal with my members, not deal with, that's the wrong, I talk with my members on a daily basis. I talk with non-union sprinkler fitters on a daily basis. And, you know, that's where I'm coming from with the, you know, we make a good living, but they still struggle. You know, it's hard to make ends meet, and you just can't have wage theft. You can't have it. Wage theft violators need to be held accountable, and they need to have consequences for their actions. It's just hard for people to pay their bills and put food on the table, and let alone, you know, as previous speakers have talked about, with the silvery towers and the slavery. It's despicable, and it can't happen here in San Jose. So, you know, I'm looking forward to this council passing this responsible construction ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm not seeing anybody else come down. I'm moving to online. I have Edmundo, followed by Erica.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mundo Escarcega. I'm a business representative of UA Local 393. We're over 3,000 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR service technicians. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose. I raised my family here. My brothers and sisters have raised their families here, and my parents still live here after working here for a lifetime. I, along with generations of my family and so many others, built this valley over the past 120 years. Workers that were fortunate to work on projects under safe conditions, workers that had health care and dental care and could afford to live with dignity. San Jose's iconic projects are built to last because they're built with skilled and trained labor that paid fair wages. The office buildings, the schools, the hotels, our stadium, and our airport, all built to last because they're built with skilled and trained labor paying fair wages, enabling generations to work here and to live here. Here in San Jose, we lead the nation in technology and innovation, which has carried us and will continue to carry us far into the future. But we're decades behind on having labor standards that emphasizes people over profit. Today, I ask that all of you make sure San Jose leads the way into the future, so you don't have to read about a death on a construction site that didn't have to happen, or about slavery in San Jose. I ask that you, Mr. Mayor, and each council member lead us into the future by voting in support of the Responsible Construction Ordinance. Do not leave San Jose workers behind any longer. Let's continue to lead in all areas. Vote yes on the Responsible Construction Ordinance. Thank you all for your time.
Erica, followed by John.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Erica Valentine. I am the Political and Communications Director of UA Local 393. We have over 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR technicians that live and work in San Jose. We have been building this valley for over 120 years. I have lived and worked in San Jose for over 20 years. Today, I ask that each of you vote in support of the Responsible Construction Ordinance today. I ask you, not only for myself, but I ask that you rise up and join the other leaders of Sunnyvale and Mountain View that have already realized the importance of having an ordinance in place to send a very direct message to developers and builders. Safety and livable wages are not an option, but a requirement when you build in San Jose. In San Jose, we value our people. In San Jose, we value our community. And if you don't, then you won't build in San Jose. We will not tolerate not one more avoidable death in San Jose because we honor and value the lives of construction workers. We will not give certificate of occupancies. We will not allow permits to be pulled for people that are not a part of the Responsible Construction Ordinance. Therefore, I ask Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Kamei, Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Torres, Councilmember Cohen, Councilmember Ortiz, Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Doan, Councilmember Candelas, Councilmember Foley, and Councilmember Bontra. I am asking each of you to vote yes today. Vote for your community. Vote yes on the Responsible Construction Ordinance today. Thank you.
Thank you. John, followed by Dennis.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is John Ball again. I spoke earlier. I want to congratulate Labor for creating an ordinance that I am told they drafted. I'm told that by city staff. And I think they've picked a wonderful catchphrase to build a pro-labor agreement around. There are several references to project labor agreement preferences within the ordinance. So again, congratulations to Labor. I want everyone on this call to know, and everybody listening, that I have a friendly relationship with the head of the Carpenters Union, Jay Bradshaw, with the head of the Laborers Union, Oscar De La Torre, and I even have, I feel, a cordial relationship with David Meany in charge of the building trades. However, when I see Labor reaching within city government and influencing our city council by using an emotional catchphrase like wage theft, I'm going to call it out. And it's an unpopular thing, because who wouldn't vote for something that's against wage theft? This is not about wage theft. The only wage theft case I've heard about referenced on this meeting is from Silvery Towers, and that was a criminal act where the guy is in jail. There is a state Department of Labor called the Department of Industrial Relations that is a backstop to whatever weakness you might feel you have within your city ordinances, but you don't have any weaknesses within your city ordinances. You already have, and Matt Kano will tell you this, that you have, whenever a contractor signs an agreement within the city of San Jose, they're bound to prevent wage theft or wage violations. I know I'm out of time, but please vote against this.
Dennis, followed by Brian.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. Again, BIA joins with other business and development community members to urge continuance of this item until staff coordinates and conducts meetings with the building industry. The city has focused its outreach and feedback on the labor community, ignoring the concerns of the business community, and we believe this proposed ordinance is more problematic than those in other cities. Just to give you an idea of some of the concerns, we've identified some differences in the 3 other local ordinances, including, number 1, who can complain? In Sunnyvale, the aggrieved party affected by the alleged wage violation. In Mountain View, likewise, the aggrieved party. In the San Jose proposed ordinance, any person who is aware of an alleged wage violation can complain. This is a problematic provision of the ordinance. Number 2, violation of the ordinance. This is probably our most concerning issue. In Milpitas, the violator receives a suspension of the business license of the contractor or subcontractor, which affects only the contractor who may have committed the violation. In Sunnyvale, withholding the certificate of occupancy, as in San Jose, affects and punishes potentially hundreds of people who need the housing or job space. I do agree with Mr. Ball that the PLA community workforce agreements that are in these ordinances is a problem, and we question whether the city should be ordaining these types of agreements as exemptions, and wonder if these proposed ordinances are intended to stop wage theft or to encourage project labor agreements. Thank you.
Brian, followed by Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Porras, and I'm a business agent for UA Local 393, representing over 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR service technicians. I was born and raised in San Jose, and my entire extended family has been a part of the fabric of San Jose for decades now. San Jose is home to us. I am a former victim of wage theft, and my life was forever changed when I became a union member, one that receives family-sustaining wages and safe working conditions. History has proven that when union labor is strong, entire communities thrive along with us. I'm here to ask that you help protect the lives of our local construction workers and the health of our overall community by voting yes on the responsible construction ordinance. Let's secure our future today. Thank you very much for your time.
Scott, followed by NorCal Carpenters.
Hello, good evening. My name is Scott Reese. I am also a business representative of UA Local 393 for the plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR technicians. I've been working on construction job sites for many years, and safety is what makes it possible to go home at night. I'm not here today not only on my behalf, but on the behalf of my members, their families, and especially their children. Just because wage theft isn't on the front page every day doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It's been 5 years in the making, and now it's time for these provisions to be implemented. I'm asking you to vote in support of the responsible construction ordinance today. Thank you.
NorCal Carpenters, followed by Frank.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed City Council. My name is Rigo Gallardo, organizer for the NorCal Carpenters, Local 405 in San Jose, and I urge you to approve the responsible construction ordinance. It's not just a legal requirement, but a moral duty to protect our construction workers from exploitation. Every worker, regardless of their legal status or background, deserves fair treatment. This ordinance ensures that developers and contractors do not take advantage of any worker. It's not a hindrance to progress, but a commitment to the well-being of these buildings, our city. Approving it sends a clear message that San Jose prioritizes the safety and dignity of its workforce. Construction workers who shape our city skyline deserve safe conditions and fair compensation. This ordinance holds low-road contractors accountable for any shortcuts that jeopardize their rights. By approving this ordinance, you draw a line in the sand, separating responsible development from exploitation. It's a declaration from exploitation. It's a declaration of our city's values, stating that San Jose does not tolerate injustice. Thank you for this consideration on this ordinance. Your decision shapes a future where progress and compassion coexist. Thank you.
Frank, followed by Doug. Okay, I'm going to move on to Doug, followed by Brian.
Good evening, Mayor Mahan, fellow City Council members and staff. My name is Doug Cheshire. I'm a senior field organizer for the NorCal Carpenters Union here in San Jose at Carpenters Local 405, where I represent over 7,500 members. I ask that you adopt a resolution before you this evening. In a time when housing development is of utmost importance, we should not forget the ones who are out on the job site, improving our community and building our future. Now is the time to have worker protections in place to help build the workforce necessary to meet the demand for today's, tomorrow, and the future's development. In order to get the housing we need built, we must protect and cultivate the workers in the construction industry, free of exploitive and unethical practices. Preying on workers is wrong. There are no two ways about it. And to hear that having worker protections in place to prevent wage theft would limit and slow down development, hurt small businesses, and is an organizing tool is simply not true. The low-road business models that have been developed by unscrupulous contractors to cash in on workers should not be entertained or tolerated any longer. Please approve this ordinance and give workers the voice they deserve, the security they need, and bring accountability to our community. Set the example for other cities and be the catalyst for responsible development. Thank you.
Brian, followed by Paul.
Thank you. I wasn't going to comment on this, so I'm sorry I didn't read all of it. The one gentleman who did bring up some interesting points that I'm not aware of brought up that there was only one case of wage theft in San Jose. I did a somewhat AI search, and I'm not sure if that's an accurate account. So I just put that there. There was a lot more than that. I know when I first started working, I don't know, 75, something like that. If you question any of this kind of stuff, you'd get slapped out in the parking lot, or fellow workers would get around you and tell you to stop because they knew they'd fire an entire department, and they did. I've seen entire sections fired for just asking for a quarter raise, and there was absolutely nothing you could do about it. I mean, you could make a complaint, but you'll never work again anywhere, period. That was how that was in electronics. It was like that somewhat in construction, a little more, because sometimes the union guy or the union gentleman would stand up for you, or the head guy, who was usually a pretty big person. I mean, but you can't solve things like that. And I'm not much of a fighter. I have to take my hats off to everybody that's done this. But it's just wrong to take people's wages. It's not, well, it can be rocket science if you work for JPL, but it's not that hard to see that. And I think all of you are aware of that. Thank you.
Paul, followed by Rayed.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. There's a reason why the farm workers movement's beginnings started in the barrio Sal Si Puedes with the community service organization. Because what we're talking about is the exploitation of the Mexican body and what it can produce for this city. There's a historical precedent for what is happening right now and what has been happening ever since war was declared against the Mexican in 1846, July 14th, when that American flag was planted here. Secondly, what we're talking about, wage theft is simply symptomatic. It's symptomatic of a larger problem. The problem is an imbalance of power. There is an exercising of power by these developers and by these contractors when they're looking at the Mexican and they're seeing a vulnerability and they're seeing an imbalance of power that they can exploit and then challenge the Mexican to call him out on it. While he's got lawyers, he's got developer friends, he's got people that will back him. And from what I surmised and what I heard today was that they also have council members that are compromised. I heard, and it disgusted me to hear it, but it didn't surprise me, that a council member has to check with the bankers first to see how they feel about it. You know what, lady? I don't care about a banker. I don't care about the developers. You do. So we know who you represent. And it is not the people and the citizens of San Jose. I don't care what district you're from. If you're an elected official in this city, you represent the interest of the people, not the bankers and the developers. I don't care about.
Rayed, followed by Josh.
Excuse me, good evening. Look, no one's disputing the fact that we need an ordinance to protect labor from getting wage theft. No one's disputing that at all, but the points that John Ball and Dennis Martin brought up are very important. The only reason why I would advocate for you to vote against this thing, again, we are in support of having some sort of an ordinance. All we're saying is the language that's currently in the ordinance as written has not been fully thought through, and it's problematic, and it's going to cause problems. We as developers are trying to bring funds and monies into the area, and we need to get the support of financial institutions to be able to get these funds in to do these projects so we can put the nice labor force to work. And if we have rules that we can't comply with and ordinances that are written in such a manner that are problematic, that could be a problem and we won't get funded. So please vote against this ordinance, give us more time to come back and get it right, and we'll support it. Let's have everybody support this thing, as Mayor Matt Mahan has said. Thank you.
Josh, followed by Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Josh Rodriguez. I'm the Political Director for the South Bay Labor Council. 5 years ago, the labor movement was at Silvery Towers taking action against the inhumane working conditions and human trafficking that occurred. While that project was being subsidized by taxpayers, workers were essentially captive, forced to work without pay and spending nights confined in a shipping container. Wage theft continues to be critical and persuasive issue in San Jose, and today you can act to fix it by passing the Responsible Constructions Ordinance. All stakeholders will be part of the implementation and education process, so there's no reason to postpone. Please do the right thing for the economy and the construction workforce by voting yes today on the ordinance. Thank you.
Scott, followed by Todd. Okay, moving on, Todd, followed by Frank.
Yep. Hi, good evening. Todd Schreckel here. I'm with Hunter Properties here in Cupertino. We're the developer of Coleman Highline at First. At present, we have about $450 million under construction in downtown Sunnyvale, all union jobs being built by DevCon Construction. Last year, DevCon built $2 billion worth of work. Here in the South Bay, Hathaway Dinwiddie built another $1 billion. Swinnerton, almost $1 billion. What input have those three contractors had in this process to date? What input has the local development community had in this process to date? Having a meeting on December 7th to theoretically inform the development/construction industry is not a sufficient amount of time in order for us to have input on this proposed ordinance. To have good policies, you need to have friction. That friction is created by having divergent views on a policy. When you have that friction, you get better results for business, better results for workers. At the end of the day, we all support the spirit of this ordinance. There's no doubt about it. It makes sense. But we need to have further input in order to make sure that we get an ordinance that we can all be proud of and live by for the coming years. So I strongly support that we defer this matter until January of 24 so the development community can have input. And remember, all developers, we're not bad people. We are the largest creators of union jobs in this valley, and we feel like we need to have a seat at the table to have input. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Frank, followed by Scott.
Good evening, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Frank Austin, and I'm a 35-year member and business representative of UA Local 393. I'm also a father of 2 sons that are union members, one of which followed in my footsteps and is a journeyman with UA Local 393. I'm here to speak in favor of adopting a responsible construction ordinance. A responsible construction ordinance will make a level playing field for contractors who follow the law and will ensure that they are not pushed out by bad actors who make a fortune by exploiting workers. It will keep the worst cheaters in the construction industry out of San Jose. If those cheating contractors can't receive the required permits until they pay the legal wage theft judgments, they will eventually stop trying to build in our communities, which will create a safer work environment for all. Businesses who exploit workers should not get a free pass to work in San Jose. We value our workforce, and we should not support those who would steal from them. A responsible construction ordinance will favor a local workforce that relies on exploitation-free jobs to meet the local cost of living. The best workers know they have choices, and they choose to work in safe conditions where they are sure to be free from exploitation. So I request your dedication to supporting a fair and equitable work environment for the construction workers here in San Jose by adopting a responsible construction ordinance. Thank you.
Scott.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and members of the council. Scott Udall with the Hanover Company. As has already been pointed out, the developer community has only had 5 days to review the wording of the ordinance. And to be clear, everyone here, attending in person and virtually, is supportive of efforts to combat wage theft. The reason you're hearing requests for a deferral is the same reason that there are not a number of contractors, builders, and investors in the council chambers. And that reason is no one was aware this ordinance was coming and have not had a chance to review. I am confident that with a modest deferral granted tonight, a wage theft ordinance can be approved in January that will have widespread support from both the labor and business community. Sunnyvale has been held up as a model for this ordinance. According to Sunnyvale's staff report from March 2022, when that ordinance passed, staff performed the following actions, and I quote, 1, hired attorney to identify potential legal issues. 2, research wage theft data at the state and county levels. 3, outreach to both advocates and industry groups. 4, drafted the proposed ordinance. I should point out that Sunnyvale's ordinance went through several drafts prior to approval. However, they took all stakeholder feedback before putting the draft before the council. Why hasn't San Jose followed that process? With that said, and given that developers may not have the chance to question staff about this item, I ask the following questions. If a subcontractor on a San Jose project has a wage theft violation or claim in another jurisdiction or even another state, but not on the San Jose job, does that mean the certificate of occupancy for a San Jose building project shall be withheld? And if the answer is yes, how is a San Jose developer or owner supposed to manage that risk, especially if the violation occurs after that subcontractor has been hired, since it can be 2 to 3 years of a building cycle? Those are questions that a construction lender will ask me before deciding to finance new housing, and right now I don't have any good answers.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a number of hands up, and I'm sure we'll have a robust discussion. I do just want to highlight, in the spirit, in the holiday spirit, I'd like to highlight that it does sound like there's very broad, maybe universal agreement that wage theft is immoral, illegal, unacceptable, and something that we will not tolerate in San Jose. And I think I just want to point out that common ground. I think that's a very positive thing, and I'm very confident that with sufficient dialogue and reflection and research and discussion that we can have an 11-0 vote on a wage theft prevention ordinance. I do continue to think that the fundamental question here is one of process. Have we done proper stakeholder engagement? Have we actually looked at every place that our ordinance differs from other cities and gotten some outside input on how that might affect costs and risks? Have we really done engagement with the industry that we're seeking to further regulate to just make sure we understand edge cases? And are we clear on any risks or unintended consequences we might be taking on? I'm certainly committed to voting for this ordinance, but not this evening, not until we've done proper stakeholder engagement, as we do with any proper policy that we pass. So I may weigh in again, but I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Davis to kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've actually heard a lot. I agree with you that we've heard a lot of agreement today, this evening, from both the labor community as well as the developer community. And that is that we need an ordinance that protects workers without holding up development and the housing that we so desperately need, which is the bulk of our development, let's just be honest. Also, I think every single person on this dais has either said it already or will say it during this item, that wage theft in any industry is abhorrent, and we all agree on that. I think you may also hear agreement that we are all very disappointed in the outreach that has happened and the incomplete outreach on this proposed ordinance. So I hope that we can remedy that in our direction this evening and in the upcoming weeks. I did want to ask, we put forward a memo, some colleagues and I put forward a memo about changing the square footage from 15,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet, and I wanted to ask staff about that item specifically. Why was 15,000 square feet chosen?
Matt Lesh, Director of Public Works. The reason why 15,000 square feet was because it is similar to the other regional partners that have had these same types of ordinances. Purely, that's the only reason. And when we looked at the numbers that we had in terms of volumes of permits that met that size threshold, it's about 7 or 8 on average a month. Again, it all varies year to year, but we thought it was something that was attainable administratively, really for no other reason except for the fact that it was similar to what other regional partners had done.
So would 10,000 square feet also be manageable?
It's not that many more in number, where I would look to Chris Burton, the Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. Does that change the nature and the type of those permits? materially. We didn't provide any analysis on the materiality of the types of permits at those different sizes, just the number of them. And so I'd want to ask, in my mind, those kinds of questions, would that change?
Okay. Chris, can you answer if that changes the types of projects going from 15,000 to 10,000?
Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement. Probably not. When I think about sort of where we're at with the types of permits we're getting, you know, if you're into sort of 10, 15,000 square feet, you're into commercial projects generally, or small multi-family residential projects.
Mm-hmm.
So I think to Matt's point, it's really a conversation around volume versus type of project. We're still going to see the same types of permits coming through the system.
Okay, great, thank you. So there have been some issues that have been brought up to me. I just want to spend a little bit of time discussing them this evening, because I think it's material for the outreach that I hope will happen, and that I hope my colleagues will support in my direction for my motion to come at the end of my comments. In hearing from developers, I heard that there is an issue with third-tier subcontractors, and that them not having the ability to really influence who third-tier subcontractors are, much less what their actions are. I heard that there are issues with judgments that might be out of state and about their ability to track those things. I heard about potential issues with financing with the way that our ordinance is written. I heard there are issues potentially with bankruptcy proceedings and getting a wage theft violation, and then a subcontractor goes into bankruptcy and getting that wage theft violation paid. So those are some issues that I would like to ensure that our ordinance can be worded in such a way so that we, again, don't hold up development or certificate of occupancy for issues that are outside of the control of the developer and the general contractor. So with all of that, I would like to make a motion that this is kind of a compromise motion, and taking into account the comments that were made in the orders of the day. So I'd like to make a motion to support the responsible construction ordinance in concept and include items A and B from the memo co-authored by myself and council members Ortiz, Torres, and Jimenez. And then I'd like to direct staff to do more extensive outreach to all stakeholders, including developers, contractors, and lenders, and discussing specifically the items that I brought up this evening, any other items that get brought up by my colleagues, because they may have talked to other developers, but I want to ensure that we do get to a compromise. So I'm not asking you only to go out to developers and contractors and lenders, but also to go back to labor so that we can actually get to an item that comes back to us that everyone can agree on. And I am going to request that that comes back to us in an amended ordinance by January 23rd.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll support that. Councilor Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll support that as well. Just a few points. You know, wage theft is the most common property crime in the state of California and across the country. Yet you will not hear anyone on the news bring these atrocities up on primetime television. But if there was vandalism or a snatch and grab at a corporate chain, it would be on the 11 o'clock news. There would be an outcry that our city is filled with lawlessness and calls for all of us to hold those accountable. And that begs me to question, why does society run to protect the most powerful from losses of profit, but not put that same level of emphasis or haste for making sure that our working class and immigrant communities are made whole from the crimes committed against them? The truth is that in our society, when it comes to crime, there are consequences for the poor and an absence of accountability for the wealthy. And then every day there is exploitation of our most vulnerable residents of our city. Yet, there are arguments to postpone establishing protections of their livelihoods and well-being. I truly believe that the only consequence of this ordinance will be ensuring the companies that build in this city are forced to follow the law and prevent them from bulldozing the rights of employees and most importantly, our constituents. So I thank Councilmember Davis for her motion, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilor Candelas?
Thank you. I want to start us off by thanking everybody who provided public comments earlier today. I know this is obviously an issue that we care deeply about, to make sure that we're doing everything we can as a council to protect workers. And I also want to thank my colleagues for their affirmation earlier today to have this conversation now. And especially now, Councilmember Davis, for your leadership on this. We know the process for this ordinance started 5 years ago. But again, this is a commitment to protecting the rights of our workers and ensuring that they are shielded from dishonest contractors who, quite frankly, look to just exploit them. And I also appreciate the concerns that were raised. And I do have some questions for staff that I was hoping to hopefully get either now or hopefully in the next in the coming days. So who does this policy impact? In other words, does the current proposed ordinance apply to suppliers?
No.
Okay. All right. And a question somebody raises is on PLAs. Why are PLAs not included or exempted?
So why are PLAs exempt?
Yeah.
So on a project labor agreement, they would likely have a process to adjudicate issues if there's wage claims or time or schedule claims, and I could have Chris elaborate a bit more, but ours have a process by which they would agree to how to deal with wage and labor issues embedded in them.
So there's a mechanism to be able to resolve that.
Correct.
Or to be able to have some oversight, and that's that's important. Sunnyvale's policy has been in effect, what, 3 years or so?
That's my understanding.
Do we know how many occupancy permits they've issued in that period and how many claims they've received?
I don't know how many occupancy permits. My understanding, there's about 40 permits that they've issued that have met the threshold of the Sunnyvale ordinance.
Okay, and 0 claims to your knowledge, correct?
My understanding is they don't have any claims presently.
Okay. And there was also a comment earlier with regards to our language differing with regards to the aggrieved party. Maybe you can shed a little insight as to why our ordinance is different and to that effect.
So the intent of the way our language is structured is so that someone can advocate on someone's behalf and bring forward the documents on their behalf. So both the judgment and the court documents, as well as a signed petition that the person is still harmed and not paid.
So there still has to be a judgment.
Correct.
And there still has to be basically evidence of stolen wages.
And documents about an adjudicated process, and then acknowledgement from the worker that they still remain unpaid. Correct.
Okay. And thank you, Matt. I appreciate the clarification for your question, for my questions, and I do believe the city should conduct outreach with stakeholders. Stakeholders is a very broad term, so I trust the administration will do their due diligence to ensure folks who need to be in those conversations are included in those conversations in the coming weeks. I'm optimistic about the direction that we're headed in, and again, I appreciate my colleagues' comments and their leadership on this. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time.
Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the staff and all of the speakers today on this issue. This is a critically important issue. I think about most everyone in this room will never have to deal with wage theft. It is those who are the most vulnerable, those who don't know how to navigate systems or know how to do things, or maybe they just have 3 jobs and don't have the time to be able to advocate. But I think that, thank you to my colleague, Councilwoman Deb Davis, for coming up with a way we can come to the middle and really work on making sure that there is no wage theft in the city of San Jose, and we're going to make sure that that happens. I understand that, you know, I got a lot of calls on unintended consequences. I think that one of the messages that I want to make sure staff gets is that we're not looking for the perfect. If there are things that in the future need to be addressed or changed or modified, it can always come back. So I hope that there is absolutely no delay. And, you know, at the end of the day, we want, you know, safety for our workers and a livable wage. So I'm looking forward to having that come back. The other thing that I have heard a lot in terms of issues that came up from those who may be affected is this idea of if there's an outlier type of situation, whether administrative review was going to be something to take a look at. So I hope that you are able to see if that's possible. I know there's been a back and forth as to, well, you know, how do you look at judgments, and, you know, are you looking nationwide? Are you looking California only? I think clarity on that would be very helpful as well. And, you know, whether or not, you know, it is project specific, or if it includes, at what point would it include in terms of learning about any potential wage theft once a project has been started. So I think clarity on that might be also very helpful when this comes. So with that, I will be supporting the motion, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilor Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Council Member Davis, you rock on that one. Well, we have heard tonight from builders, and we have heard from our unionized workers and from our staff. There's a commonality, agreement, and commitment to make sure that our workers are protected. It's undoubtedly and unequivocally that our mayor and our city council here want to make sure that it's unacceptable for any type of wage theft, and that not only the union workers, but many, many workers out there, even in the small mom and pop businesses, are being protected. I came here as an immigrant, and trust me, I went through it. I went through the wage theft, and even today, I've talked to a lot of my constituents in District 7. Some working 7 days a week and they're not getting paid overtime. Some work 12 to 16 hours a day, and they're getting paid less than minimum wages. And those are the people we don't forget about. Those are families who are suffering out there, working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. And again, I want to thank you for all the speakers out there, for the staff, for the builders, the unions. We hear what you have to say, and we're here to make sure the workers are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Batra.
Thank you. Before I comment, I will be supporting Councilmember Davis' motion. And my comments are, the labor in the city and the developers together make the city work. Labor doesn't have a job unless there is a developer to be able to employ them. There wasn't a dispute about it, whether we want to have any wage theft issues. Nobody wants wage theft, because we are all wage workers in a way. So we want everybody to be paid fairly, to be paid on time, to be paid their due. All the debate today was that we should create an environment which is collaborative environment. When we take it that we have only talked to the labor, we haven't done any outreach to the developer, they're both sides of the things we need. And we create further difference or distance between the two. We need to bring it together. The city's role is not to create divisions between those. So the ordinance we need to create obviously needs to be addressing the issues of the wage theft. But it needs to be created in a way where they're not looked upon they, us versus that. It's a collaborative environment. Hence, we create the ordinance in a collaborative environment and we execute in a collaborative environment, and the developers hire the construction workers and they pay them the fair wage. And that's where we need to go. So I think the issue was with our process, the timing. 5 years wasn't really the issue. It's a question is how much outreach we were able to do, whether we were able to get the input of the developers on it. And I agree with Councilmember Davis that when we go back for the outreach, it's not just to the developers who were ignored. We go after all the people who are impacted with it. They get to see the language, they get to give their input on it, and the joint process is likely to give us something which works and is easily bought by everybody, and they comply with it. So I appreciate the process you have recommended, Councilmember Davis, and I'm totally supportive of that. Let's keep in mind, as much as we can, we want to create an environment of us all together, not they versus they and developer versus labor. This is one team, one city, one set of people, and we're going to all prosper together. Okay? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Torres, you're up.
Apologies, there's only one restroom working in the back, so there is a line. Just quickly, I know we've all had discussions already, but I just want to put in my 2 cents. This ordinance is more than a set of rules. It's a commitment to building a city where the well-being of every resident is prioritized. It is a pledge to safeguard workers' rights, ensuring that no one is subject to have their wages stolen. And in our city of San Jose, we do not tolerate wage theft, and we shouldn't be tolerating at all. By passing this ordinance, we are shaping the future of our city, one that upholds the principles of fairness, equality, and justice for all. Wage theft should not be a labor versus business issue. Paying our workforce is pro-business, and therefore that's why I'm supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Cohn?
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad we got to where we did and where we are today. For years now, I've been supportive of helping improve mechanisms to protect workers against wage theft, and this feels like we're right on the cusp of doing what's best for the people in our city. And I know it's frustrating for many who have been working on this for a long time, a lot longer than I've been in this chamber. And you know, it's frustrating that it's taken so long to get to this point, and I'm also frustrated that it took until now to get this done. That being said, we must make sure that the work that we do is always vetted through public outreach, and I think I've been consistent about this over the years, that when we don't have adequate public outreach, we ought to take a little extra time to do it right. And so, it's important that we take a little bit of time to do that, and I just want to make sure we recognize that everyone, the developers and labor together, are partners in our future economic prosperity in the city. I'm very thankful, as I often am, for Councilmember Davis, who once again threaded a difficult needle and came up with a motion that allows us to get where we need to be while expressing the importance of this policy. And I'm looking forward to voting for a robust and much-needed responsible construction ordinance when it comes back to us next month for the final time. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor.
Great. Thank you, Council Member. Yes, I'll add my thanks to Councilor Davis for framing up a very thoughtful motion and deferring to the council meeting on the 23rd, which gives us a chance to do proper stakeholder engagement and really think through this. I think it's the right thing to do. I I think we'll have more consensus, which will make this stronger and be better for us to all go forward together. So I really appreciate that. I did just want to take the opportunity, since we have taken up the item here, to ask a couple of quick questions. Matt, as written, is this limited to final judgments in the state of California or not? I heard some, I don't know that we all are clear on that.
No.
Okay, so currently it would be
Anywhere in the country.
anywhere in the country. Okay. I have heard colleagues have different thoughts on the interpretation. Glad to hear that from you directly. Then on this point of a PLA and treating different contractors differently, you mentioned that with a PLA there's a mechanism for resolving a wage theft claim. Is that just on that project though, or is that for any contractor for any violation in the country? Because I understand that it's a framework for that project. I'm not quite clear how that would apply, given the way the ordinance is written.
I could suppose a way that a PLA could be beyond that project if that PLA had an agreement for that thing, because it's a unique discussion about what the terms are of that project labor agreement. The extent of that would be determined by what that project labor agreement dictates. So it could, but it might not.
Okay. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to resolve.
Because it's an agreement made by parties, and they can
Yeah.
put whatever they want to into that agreement.
Sure. Not sure they can do a whole lot about a contractor going bankrupt in another state after having a final judgment, which is an edge case I'm also concerned about. Councilor Davis already outlined that one. And then if I'm not mistaken, if the project has prevailing wage, it's also exempt, is that right?
Generally, yes, because prevailing wage also has certified payroll opportunities that are reviewed, and those are certain projects that have prevailing wage, certain hosts of projects that have prevailing wage implications, and those are reviewed by Chris's staff on the regular.
Okay. But just on the logic of a PLA, is there a mechanism with prevailing wage for resolving the issue, as you just described?
Chris Hickey, Public Works. Yes, anytime there's prevailing wage, typically it's public work, which has public funds in it. That's a requirement by state law. When it comes to public works, there's Department of Industrial Relations registration, where you cannot be registered to perform prevailing wage public works construction while you have an outstanding unpaid wage theft judgment. And then there's also, again, to your question, very specific outlines and fines, fees, and penalties to ensure that those workers are paid back wages.
Right. But what about on non-public? I mean, this would apply to non-public jobs.
Based on how the ordinance is written now, it's prevailing wage required by state law. So state law only requires prevailing wages to be paid on public works construction.
Right, but on a private project,
If
you
there's
would be
public dollars
exempt.
embedded into the project, if it's a...
Then there would still be that same requirement that prevailing wages would apply, oversight by the state or our office, Office of Equality Assurance would still happen. So we'd ensure that those workers were paid before any of those payments would go out.
Think of the public work not as a public works delivered project that you would typically define it as a work that has public dollars embedded into it.
Mhm.
And so therefore it would have prevailing wage requirements that those workers are paid accordingly and have certified payroll that are then attested to in terms of their accuracy
Right.
and precision.
For any project where prevailing wage is mandated.
Again, it's
you're
another
saying.
bucket of projects that has a process that has, those payrolls are reviewed and make sure that they're following.
But as written, if a private project went prevailing wage, would they be exempt?
I believe the answer is yes, correct?
Right. And what would be the mechanism for resolving the case in which one of the subs has a unpaid final judgment in some other part of California or some other state?
That's an edge case description that I need to.
That's an edge case, yeah.
And
Okay.
So the numbers of those that would have that scenario, we would have to review.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what the numbers are. I'm not sure. I haven't quite been able to get good data on it, but I'm glad we have a few weeks to make sure we go through these examples and get some of that data and think through it. Let me just make sure, I did not check Zoom. I apologize if Councilor Foley has had her hand up. Tony, does Councilor Foley have her hand up?
Her hand is not up.
Oh, okay, great.
I did, but I took it.
She's given up. She's
I
throwing in the
did.
towel.
I did because most of my questions were answered, but I did want to
just weigh in on this topic as well. It is a critical issue that we work to fight wage theft as much as we possibly can within the city of San Jose. Adopting the responsible construction ordinance is really important. I want to commend Councilmember Davis for crafting a very well thought out motion to ask a lot of questions and to delay or defer the final decision on this ordinance until January 23rd. I think that was the whole intent of this conversation, is to hear from the public as to what their concerns were on all sides of the issue, and to really engage in outreach for both groups. And I particularly like your suggestion to make sure that we're not just reaching out to the developer contractor community, but also circling back with the labor community as well, to make sure everyone's issues are under consideration, and that we craft the best ordinance possible to fight wage theft. That's really critical that we do that. So Erica Valentine challenged us all to support the ordinance. Erica, I think we're all going to support it when it comes back to us. And I look forward to voting for the motion that's on the floor right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Matt, sorry, one other real quick question, point of information for you. Also had some disagreement in my Brown Act on this. Does the current ordinance include discretion, ministerial discretion for the head of public works, for example, to decide whether or not? So in Sunnyvale, it says may withhold certificate of occupancy.
Correct.
Is that the case with the current draft?
Our current ordinance has shall.
So
If
there
you'd
is
like it
no
to be may,
discretion.
I would like to understand the discretion you would like for us to apply.
Sure, I understand. If we gave discretion, you would want guidelines, but currently there is zero discretion.
Correct.
Okay, so we better be really careful about how we design it and think through edge cases, because there wouldn't exactly be an outlet or an alternative to the shall. The shall's pretty clear.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you for clarifying those. I think we have a great motion on the floor. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dwan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take up one more item before dinner. I would like to move to land use consent and specifically pull out item 10.1. I know Councilor Foley has requested that we pull it. We also have folks who would like to weigh in on the mobile home park designation. I hope it's a fairly short item. I don't believe there's a staff presentation, so we will go to public comment on 10.1C, I believe is specifically what it is, and then we'll come back to council, starting with Councilmember Foley.
Okay, I have caller 90950, followed by Nancy.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Gary Smith. I live in Mill Pond Mobile Home Park, 23 years. I'm also a zone manager for GSMOL, and I'm the chapter president of my park. I'm calling to support the land use designation for the mobile home parks, as stated in several publications. It's a very important issue. I've been to quite a few parks over the last few years, and this is one of the major concerns of many residents, that they might lose their homes with no place to go. So it's a very important issue, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move to, I got a speaker card, so I'm going to move to the in-person speaker, then I'll go back to Zoom. Madison Nguyen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Mahan and members of the City Council. My name is Madison Nguyen, and I'm here tonight to urge your strong support for this item 10.1. It is about time that this council take up this issue. We have more than 35,000 mobile home park residents in the city of San Jose, And I know that that number might have increased post the pandemic because of the economy. People are just losing a lot of things in their lives, and they're resorting to also moving into more mobile home parks. So this is a really important issue. I really wanted to commend the mayor, council members Jimenez, Cohen, Dawn, and Foley for your memo. This is about time that you do this. It's a bold step, and I know that mobile home parks residents will sleep fairly well after this issue is being voted on and hopefully passed unanimously by the full council. And I urge you to bring the rest of the 40 more so parks back in early 2024 so that we can get this done for our 35,000 mobile home parks and residents, so that we can continue to protect and preserve the most meaningful affordable housing in our city. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Nancy, followed by Jill.
Hi, my name is Nancy Stevens, and I am a resident in the Mill Pond Senior Mobile Home Community. I am very glad, after what has been 7 years, I believe, you have before you an opportunity to vote for this general plan amendment that will add a layer of protection to preserve affordable housing for seniors and families that live in mobile home parks. I appreciate the support received from council members and the planning division on this important issue. I am blessed to be a resident in one of the first 12 mobile home parks to benefit from the plan amendment. I urge you to please vote yes today on the amendment and to make a commitment and a plan to change the land use designation for the remaining mobile home parks in our city in a timely manner. Thank you very much.
Jill, followed by Glenna.
Hi, this is Jill Borders. I'm in Imperial Estates off of Winfield in District 10. I'm not in one of the parks where the land use designation will change, but I am still so incredibly grateful and hopeful for all the remaining parks to have the same land use designation change. First and foremost, can I please say thank you to the mayor. Mayor Mahan, thank you so much. This has really been such an incredibly stressful issue, and by bringing this and budgeting for it to the forefront, it's made all the difference. Including that thank you would, of course, be Councilmember Foley for always just standing by us and being so incredibly supportive. So, and Councilmember Jimenez and others. So, but standouts, obviously, the mayor and Councilmember Foley. I just wanted to quickly say that in July 7th of 2015, Teresa Ramos called me from the Housing Department in San Jose and said, we'd like you to be part of a focus group to talk about converting mobile home parks. And some of you have heard my story before, but we had just gotten stable after many, many, many moves. And my heart dropped and I cried for a whole day because I didn't know what all this meant. You know, I was totally ignorant of the process. And I just thought the bulldozers were coming. And so today, I looked at the documents where the land use has been changed, showing the before and after, and I didn't even see it coming. But I immediately started crying, and I thought, that's the strangest thing ever. I'm crying in a land use document. So I did. It's a first for me. Anyway, I've just taken the whole 2 minutes because it means so much. And thank you for all of your support. It means a great deal.
Glenna, followed by calling user 2.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Glenna Howcroft. I reside in District 7. Before I go any further, I do want to give a sincere, heartfelt thank you to Mayor Matt Mahan, Pam Foley, Bien Down, David Cohen, and Sergio Jimenez for your labors on this memo. We need it terribly, and Jill is right. We're exhausted, we're stressed out. We've been going on this now since, as far as I know, 2015. We've been fighting to have the land use designation to be changed in our favor to read mobile home park. For example, in my park at Pepper Tree, we are currently listed as LI, light industrial. This listing has caused much fear, stress, and anxiety for the people in my park. And although my park is not on the current list, I do stand in total support of those whose parks are listed. So therefore, I'm asking the mayor and the city council to add this much needed layer of protection for the thousands, because there's still many more parks that have to be converted. They have this designation. Thousands of families, seniors, veterans, and disabled who call these parks our homes. Mobile home parks are the last bastion of affordable housing in San Jose. We must keep them. Please vote yes for the mobile home land designation. Thank you so much for your time.
Call-in user 2, followed by Patrick.
Martha O'Connell, Regional Manager for GSMOL, the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League, representing thousands of mobile home park residents. In 2015, I began this struggle to get all of the parks in San Jose redesignated to mobile home parks in their land use designation 8 years ago. It has been a long road, and tonight with this vote, we will be halfway done. We are at this point largely because of two people. First, Matt Mahan, a man who kept his word. As a candidate, he promised residents he would put this redesignation project into his budget. Without funding, planning could not do the work. Matt kept his word, and thus we are here tonight. The city will be doing the remainder of the parks next year. The second person who is responsible for us being here tonight is Pam Foley. She has been our tagger on this issue. The Foley et al. Memo directs staff to perform outreach that is clearly understandable to residents. I strongly support this. Residents are in terror of being displaced if parks close. Many hear the words rezone, and because they are not planners, they mistakenly think that the word rezone means a park will close. The clearer and more direct the words used by planning during outreach, the better. Let's have a unanimous vote tonight to protect the mobile home parks, the last and best bastion of affordable home ownership in California.
Okay, Patrick, followed by caller 8139.
Hi, my name is Patrick Grimes. I'm a resident of the mobile home park formerly known as West Winds. So we are one of the two parks that actually had this new land use designation put into effect as of March 10th, 2020. I want to urge everyone to support this new land use designation being rolled out to the current batch of proposed parks and to the remainder of the mobile home parks in the city of San Jose. I would like to tell you a little bit about my personal experience. At the beginning of 2020, we had a scare in West Winds where we thought that eviction of all the residents and redevelopment of the property was imminent in the next couple years. This land use designation came into effect, and there was a huge change in the culture and climate of our park. Immediately after the rumors started, there were fire sales, people selling to get out. Now it's very different. Myself, I have traded in our old 1975 mobile home for a brand new one. This resulted in untold yards of local concrete being purchased, weeks and weeks of local laborers being hired. This would only have happened, I would have only made this decision with security about our future. This is not just about being fair to lower income people. This is good business sense. I urge a yes vote on protecting mobile home parks.
Caller 8139, followed by Brian.
Hello, this is Manuela Colton, resident of the Mill Pond Mobile Home Park, and I support this mobile home land use designation for the parks. It's a great way to keep affordable housing in the city of San Jose. Thank you.
Brian, followed by Melina.
Thank you. It started with the park, I can't mention the park's name, but it started with the park I was in. And imagine hearing about this, it was like 2013, there was rumblings. People were terrified. It was a senior park. People didn't know where they were gonna go. So we formed a housing association and stuff. By the end, we were all gonna get a transfer and get a new house. Well, and I remember being told, hey, we got this for you, and talking to people and getting ready to move, and then I got handed a piece of paper, told me I need to get out in 30 days. The mistake was mine. I don't fault any of those other people for doing that. Through that time, I went through a horrible depression. I lost the sight in one eye and had to teach myself to read again, which is the 4th time I've had to do that. I had massive arthritis, 4 blown discs, 70 years of 4 generations of family stuff. I had to move out on my own by myself. Everybody else in my family, other than my brothers in Washington, had died. I was working 2 full-time jobs during the pandemic, trying to keep my classes for people with developmental disabilities. Watched neighbors suffer. Some of them died, quite a few more than people will talk about, in terror of not knowing where they were going to go. I remember people crying, and you're in your house while they're tearing other mobile homes apart. I understand, because I don't have a lot of money, none of that makes any difference. That's made very clear. I want to make sure you all understand that. It's made very clear. If you're not rich, you don't have a soul, and what you think or meant doesn't matter. And I know that's exaggeration, but I can't tell you the grief, and I mean the grief and the time, it just rips your soul apart. But because of the city, we did get better payoffs. That's the difference between me at least having a place to stay and being on the street. Thank you.
Melina, followed by Dan. Okay, moving from Dan, followed by Paul Soto.
This is Dan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Dan Lewis. I am in the Quail Hollow Mobile Park home. As we know, housing costs will continue to increase into the future. For me, the potential closing of parks will result in a lot of resident displacement. Many will not have a place to go. And we should not forget that many will not have the money to move. Even though it seems like a simple thing to say, you can just move. Many people have no money to just get up and just even afford to move their belongings to another place, let alone afford another housing situation. And there's no more creation of housing at the modular or mobile home cost level. It would disappear. And there's a strata of people that need that kind of housing, myself included. I'd like to thank those who understand this problem and have the ability to protect this level of housing, not just for today, like we're talking, but those in the future that can only afford mobile home housing level cost. It is something that we can't ignore. There are people economically in California that are not very wealthy or on the lower income side, or just hard workers that make a reasonable living, that need reasonable housing near where they work. These mobile home parks provide that level of housing for a lot of people that I don't think we necessarily consider in a lot of the decisions, because they become profit-oriented and not people-oriented. And the housing situation in California has changed over the last 20-some years, or actually 40 years, when mobile home parks started to today. It's more critical today to have this housing. Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like to qualify what I'm going to say about mobile home parks, is that I couldn't be more polarized from the political views and perspectives of Martha O'Connell. but I applaud her consistent advocacy and the protection for this segment of our population, because there has not been a more dedicated, committed, and savvy advocate for mobile parks in this city than Martha O'Connell. I've seen her I went up against her in the Housing Commission, in various advocacy positions that we do not agree on at all. But the fact that she has been able to do advocacy issue at this point is a testament to her community. And I aspire to have that same level of efficacy and results for my own community as I have seen her with hers. So congratulations, Martha, on the fruit of your labor. And from one citizen and advocate to another, I acknowledge you. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. I want to thank everybody who spoke during public comment for sharing your personal experiences. And really want to thank Councilor Foley, who's championed this issue for a long time. I'm going to turn it over to her first, and then I'll come back to those of us in person.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all of those individuals who called in. Particularly, I want to thank Martha O'Connell for her advocacy and bringing this issue to my attention that I really wasn't aware of until she and I sat down and had a conversation about it so many years ago. Mayor, I also want to thank you for putting the money in the budget to actually get this work done, because for a long time we had a couple that were approved, but the rest we were told couldn't be done because we didn't have the money in the budget. And truth to your words, you put it in the budget this year, so we were able to get this group funded. I want to thank city staff for their hard work to resume the process of adjusting these land use designations to mobile home park. Mobile home parks are, as you've heard, one of the last forms of our natural, affordable housing stock in San Jose. And I'm proud to live in a city with some of the most mobile home parks in California. Although truthfully, when I started this along this route, Martha lived in my district, and other mobile home parks were in my district, and they've since been redistricted out of my district, but that's okay. You're a citizen, a resident of San Jose, and so am I. The folks who live in these mobile home parks are often families, seniors, and folks who may not be able to afford other housing in San Jose. Mobile home parks provide ownership opportunities, stability, and community to many of our San Jose residents. We've already heard that this evening. That's why it's important that we preserve and protect the mobile home parks we do have here in San Jose. This council and staff have worked hard for many years to ensure our mobile home parks are protected. But at the end of the day, changing the general plan designation will provide true comfort and stability for our mobile home park residents, who I know lose sleep at night, afraid that the rug will be pulled out from under them and their home. It's been a long process, but I'm glad to finally see this general plan amendment before us, and I look forward to future amendments to protect the remaining mobile home parks. However, as we work on these future general plan amendments, we must communicate clearly with our mobile home park residents what our intention is. I want to make it clear that the purpose of the memo that we submitted is not to call for increased outreach or to slow down the process of these amendments. The purpose is to ensure that our outreach is plain English and easy to understand for the layperson. We get in our language at City Council and the Planning Department that the general public doesn't understand. Heck, I don't even understand it. I need a dictionary to understand what we're talking about. So the clearer we can convey it to the public, the less anxiety they will have. So that's why I have a memo that I've co-authored with the mayor, Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Cohen, and Councilmember Dwan. And with that, I would like to move our memo and move this issue forward once and for all.
Second.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Pam Foley and Martha O'Connor for being advocacy for our mobile home parks. Thank you, the mayor, for putting the budget together, and thank you, other city council got on the memorandum to make this happen. Many of our mobile home parks residents live in fears for many years, wondering if their mobile home park going to be redeveloped into some other entity. And tonight they can sleep soundly, some of them, and that we will continue to bring other mobile home park under the same protection. The uncertainty is over, and I totally agree with my colleagues, Pam Foley, that this designation or redesignation was needed for so many years. And finally, we're making it happen. And I'm glad to be part of that team. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Pam Foley. Thank you, Martha O'Connor, city staff, and those who supported this endeavor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Council Member. Yeah, I'll just add quickly, I appreciate all of my colleagues supporting the budget action, which helped fund this work. I'm glad we are underway and eventually going to get to all of the parks. I think those who spoke during public comment it helped us understand how important this is and what it means to folks. Just in case it isn't obvious to everyone, mobile home park residents are particularly vulnerable because they're in this in-between where they invest their own money in buying the home, which they own, and is this asset and often their life savings, and yet they don't own the dirt underneath. And so if that were to be redeveloped, they can have this stranded asset and really nowhere to go, having sunk what may be their life savings into their own home. And so adding this layer of protection gives them greater peace of mind, greater protection, raises the bar for us doing any kind of, or allowing any kind of future development. And I think it's just important that we do everything we can to protect naturally occurable home ownership opportunities, and glad that we're able to move this forward and help a very significant portion of our population feel better protected from the risk of displacement. So appreciate everybody working together to make this possible. I don't see any other, Councilor Batra, is your hand up or is that from before? Okay, then we are ready to vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Ortiz,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Dwan,
Yes.
Candelas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra,
Yes.
Kamei,
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're going to break for dinner. I'd suggest we return at 7. Does that work for everyone? 6:30 now. We need to take a dinner break. So we'll break at 6:30. We'll take 30 minutes. We'll resume at 7 p.m. Thank you.